welcome to Emerald Lake. It's me, Raven, 4.0 everybody. Hi. Hope we're all doing well today, tonight, whatever time zone, happy time zone. I've already uploaded the last couple of VODs. They're up again for those spooky times. I just want to keep reminding that those are always up if people are missing out on streams or they can't stick around. I am very diligent about making sure they all go up on my YouTube channel. So, yeah. Hi, Andy. Hi, Devod. Hi, Yar. Hi, Dr. Crystal. Hi, Lahonk. May or may not have disappeared already. The little Lahonk, so classic. Already redeemed 2 hours ago. 2 hours ago, Lahonk already redeemed a comb twing. I don't know how. But that seems to be here. So we'll probably get to that very quickly tonight. But yeah, hi Lahonk, there you go. Yes, there you are. Hi Fat. Eating some non-anomalous spaghetti. Don't mind me. Okay then, I guess so. I had access to tech. What does that mean? But okay, I will save most of the stuffs. I'm gonna do the hydrate though right now. But I'll save the stretch and posture check for when I need to be reminded of it, because I'm right at the top. I'm already set. But in case that comes around, I'll see those. When we were doing creepypastas last, because that is what we're doing today, there was a creepypasta that had popped up in our random pickings, and it was super, super long. Sometimes I read ones that are estimated at like 6 minutes or like 20 minutes max. That was a long one. But like a 13-minute creepypasta is kind of like typical for the estimated reading time. This one is 36 minutes, so it's going to be super long, and that's why I didn't read it last time. And it's clearly got a part 1 and a part 2. So, I'm still going to read it. I said I would read what pops up on the random story generation. But I saved it for the top so that it didn't get cut off in another stream. No, Lahonk, you didn't miss it yet, but you probably will if you keep up with your ridiculous pattern of disappearing. But yes, so we're going to start off with the creepypasta that we had seen but not read yet. The little saved away one. It's going to be long. I'm probably going to do part 1 and then do triggers. I'll do these ones that are waiting here. And then we'll do part 2. And if there's triggers again, we'll do those. And then keep reading. Since I've got the writing and reading category, I pretty much I want to just steamroll through stories. Unless you guys redeem stuff, at which point I'll wait until the next story to do it. Or if it's a super long one, I'll try and like break it up and do those with a break in between the long ones. But yeah, since we've got the new category, it is my official choice to auto just keep reading. You have to redeem things if you want me to do them, unless it's a special ASMR focused stream, which I haven't done yet since the writing and reading came out. But yeah, there you go. Yeah, let's keep going with all of our spooky. Oh, how are you liking the new category, by the way? I like that it's an option. It gives you guys a better idea of what I do, because like I always felt a little bit funny. I'm reading and it is giving the cozy ASMR vibes, but I don't know how much I would have naturally been an ASMR person. But then, you know, because there wasn't an option and I had to fit some category, I did ASMR and I learned it and I figured it out. So now that it's here, I'm kind of like, well, too late. I'm already established ASMR. I could be jumping in and doing reading stories with my full voice like volume. I could be doing less soft Spoken, I could do that. I already do some where, the character requires, like our Botzarella from last night, how they spoke in all caps always. Um, but I would do more silly and fun and loud probably if I hadn't already been established as ASMR. So like it's interesting, but I like it. So I like it for other people's. Um, but yeah, it's interesting. Where was my brain? Where did it go? No, I had another thought, but I lost it. Um, no, it's nice to have a category. I would have done different things. I'm here now, and I'm happy with my little collection. But we need to, I need to make plan. I say we. I want your guys' inputs. I need to make plans on exactly how much I want to go back into ASMR stuff, how much I want to try out not ASMR at all, and that kind of a thing. 20 minutes max. Humper Monkeys goes for. Oh no, 20 minutes wasn't my max. It was just that that was how long ish the longest one was that we have read so far from the random creepypasta. I was just saying it because I was like, we were nearing the end of our time, and it says estimated 6 minutes, and it takes me at least 15, partially because I get chatty with you guys and I take my time. And when they say estimated reading time, I think they mean just visually reading, because you read in your head a lot faster than you read out loud. So this says it's 36 minutes. It's gonna be a lot longer. I don't know how much the estimation on Humper Monkey's ghost story thing that you've recommended is, but that's not out of the question. The part that got me is that when I looked at it, it said it was like 1 of 6. I'm like, ooh, okay, that's maybe too much to do when I've already got a long one I'm gonna start the stream off with. But maybe next week's creepypasta, as we're starting to wrap up Spooktober. I know there's only 1 week left. But yeah. So it's not out of the question, and it might take a while to get back to creepypasta to reading times, but we'll get to it. It's on the list. It's officially logged away. And I think in the future what I'll do is I'll do recommended stories, spooky vibe, and then we'll have SCPs or your other ones. And that would also include your Reddit story ones, so that I do all of those recommended stories for one of those nights. And, go back to fairy tales, as I usually do with that, and da-da-da-da-da-da, whatever I do. But, yeah, for while we do in our Spooktober, we'll get to something. Full transparency, my plan so far is to read this one, read the 2 normal creepypasta ones you sent. I didn't check their length, though. I should do that. Because you sent a few of them, and 2 of them were also creepypasta, but they were like creepypasta wiki, so that you read all of it on the wiki. Your link at least was to that. So I'm not counting those because it seems daunting. But I'll start with those ones because I think those are the shorter ones, and then whatever randoms, and it'll be that for tonight. But next week's creepypasta will be whatever we pull together. I see we've got another combed wing and another hydrate. Thanks, Yar. Hi, Sukiyomi. Welcome in. I will. I guess I'll do a double length combed wing in the next drink. Voda? I don't have vodka. There's no vodka. Yeah, if you mean water, I have that. But yeah, we're gonna start off with this first one. We're gonna read a few of these. We're gonna get through. Hi, Toast. And we'll break right after part 1 because it's gonna be long. And we'll do these, and then I'll do part 2. Was there something else I wanted to do off at the top of today's stream? Anything else I want to say? I don't know. I hope you're all getting ready for any Spooktober celebrations, because we're getting to the end here. Everybody's got costumes. Everybody's got plans. No, maybe. I'm currently planning to rejig some stuff in next week's schedule. But it is looking like what I'll do next week, instead of Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, is a Sunday, Monday, and then Thursday because it's Halloween. And I'll do like a little shorter stream during the day on Halloween if I can. But we'll figure it out. I'll update by updating the Twitch schedule, maybe putting it in the Discord. So make sure you've got the Discord and you check the schedule. Yeah. Okay. Creepypasta time while Mask and Yar debate Texas. I don't know what that's about. Okay. Alright. And I will hydrate real quick like. So yes, it is called Enumeration Insurgence. And it's going to be a little bit longer in 2 parts. Let's go. Part 1. Work from the comfort of your schedule while being paid well. Apply for a census job. In all italics. A website was printed on the bottom of the yellow sign sticking out of the ground as I drove by. I've seen a lot of them lately. You know what I'm talking about. I'm sure you've heard the ads on the radio. My work had shut down indefinitely due to the issues we've all faced this year. Let's scroll back and check when this was written. 2021. Yup. Okay. Yeah. It just so happened that I found myself in need of a job. However, as the radio ad will tell you, convenient or not, being a census worker was still a government job. I'd worked enough jobs to know that a government job would want to drug test at least once. I knew I'd never pass, even with my medical card, so I never applied. Well, as stupid as it seemed, I took a shot. My gas light came on just as I passed the second sign, so I figured why the hell not. The application was easy. All I had to do was enter my information and upload forms of personal identification. Not one thing was mentioned about testing or needing to go to a lab before my first day during the entire process. Maybe it was one of those things that were implied, I don't know. No, my plan was just to stay dumb until told otherwise. It's fine, Andy. Typos are all good. It's when they're like a bunch of typos in a row that now there's no semblance of a word left anymore. That's all that matters. Okay. I received an email back almost right away asking for a telephone interview. The questions were of the average sort. They wanted to know if I knew exactly what the census was and the purpose it served, past job history, personal references, stuff like that. As much as I despised talking on the phone, I thought it all went pretty well. The man said that the next step would be to meet with an associate at one of their local office buildings. We set up a time, he gave me the address, and 2 days later, I was pulling up in front of what I thought was an abandoned office building. I'd driven by the plaza dozens, if not hundreds of times over the past 3 years that I'd lived there. I never saw one car in the parking lot until now. A silver BMW sat in the parking spot beside mine, up by the very front of the building. The numbers on the glass door, smothering under layers of dust, read Suite 1014. The door activated a series of warbled chimes as it opened into the darkened lobby. A weathered receptionist sat at an old desk behind a plexiglass shield which desperately needed cleaning. She raised her gaze slowly in my direction as I approached her area. After sliding some forms under a rectangle cut out of the shield, her attention returned to her computer screen, barely more than a shaped piece of thick plastic. A middle-aged woman entered the lobby from behind one of the doors that led to the back, smiling when she saw me. "You must be Mr. Gamblin." Yes, I guess our name is Gamblin. Gamba? When does Gamba start? Okay. She stated. "You must be Mr. Gamblin," she stated. I nodded dumbly and waited for further instruction. She stepped aside, motioning for me to follow her to the back. She took me to a small room, unremarkable in every way. The walls were a dull beige with tile to match. There was no further furniture than a dinner-sized table, 2 chairs, and a struggling vending machine. I say struggling because the lights inside flickered, and the hum it emitted sounded like exploding roaches. Ugh. A large manila envelope sat in the middle of the table. My eyes were drawn to it the moment we sat down. She clasped her fingers together, giving me a moment to take in my dull surroundings. My name is Chandra Bings, and I want to start by saying... Briggs, not Bings. Briggs. And I want to start by saying that it's very nice to meet you. Firstly, we want to thank you for interest in the census program. Congratulations on becoming a part of our team. This packet includes lists of addresses close to your area that haven't responded to our forms yet. All we ask is that you kindly go door to door and ask people if they'd be interested in participating. You know, get it over with while there's still time. You will be paid for your time, gas, and of course based on how many completed forms you turn in. My mind raced to think of all the possible scenarios I could encounter along the way. Is it mandatory? Like, what if they don't want to speak to me? She threw her head back in a light laugh. Heavens no, this is to give people a little nudge to make sure they do their duties as American citizens. I cannot tell you how important it is to get these numbers as close to accurate as possible. They don't need to speak with you, only a courtesy for the greater good of America. Her kind tone turned dark as the last few words left her lips, leaving me beyond unsettled. So it went, they don't need to speak with you, only a courtesy for the greater good of America. Why are you getting mad? Sounds like a pyramid scheme. Do you not know how the census works? It's not a pyramid scheme, but it does feel very pushy salesman stuff, and it's not, but yeah. After that, I was taken to a different room for photos. They needed a recent one for my census ID badge. I took my packet and went to my car, eyes still adjusting from the camera's flash. I paused behind the steering wheel, deciding to peek inside. There was a set of blank forms, envelopes, and the aforementioned address list. A lot of the houses were on my way home from the office building. I was feeling pretty good from the meeting and wanted to start making some cash. A few people slammed the door in my face before getting their forms out, and even more ignored me completely. I decided to give one more house a try before heading home to veg out for the night. I didn't put the miles I'd driven on the site they gave and start racking up money. The house looked happy, brightly lit, I mean. That's why I decided to stop there in the first place. A few well-kept stairs took me right to the doorstep. An older man smiled widely as he opened his front door. Good afternoon, sir. The smell of baked goods and pine sol wafted from behind him. I could see the silhouette of a woman sitting in a rocking chair in the front room. I didn't want to be too obvious and look like a creep, so I looked down to focus on my forms. We see that you haven't completed our census survey for the year. Would you have some time today to do so? Thankfully, he agreed. New trigger idea, exploding roach sounds. Oof. Please, no. We got through the first few questions well enough. Then I came across one that I stumbled my words on. I had to read it internally 4 or 5 times before realizing it was exactly what it looked like. The next to last question left my lips, an expression of mortification on my face. How many people are living in the home? He said that he lived alone and that no one else inhabited the property. As stupid as it sounded, the last question was still one that I was required to ask. How many dead in the home? I winced in anticipation of an answer, one that I thought would be obvious. Considering he just said that he lives alone, when you just said that someone else was behind him? Why are you not already? But okay. He moved off to the side, smoothing the front of his shirt calmly. When he did, I was able to see the woman inside. Her face was nothing more than a smear of or mar on rotted tissues. Her body looked stiffly placed in the chair, completely rigid except for the activity of decay. Yeah, I called it. My whole body trembled as my mind stumbled over which words to say. Terror robbed the breath from my throat before I'd gotten the chance to form them anyway. I saw her. He knew that I saw her. The only question left was how he would treat it now that it was out in the open. I held my hands up, slowly taking steps backward to put as much space between us as possible, subtly and slowly. I felt an overpowering relief when I saw he'd stayed in the same place, making no advances in my direction. The man just stood there, smiling cheerfully. A lump of fear, dust, and insecurity lodged in my now dry throat, making the act of slowing down my breathing to be more difficult than it already was. Was he so far gone upstairs that he didn't realize she was dead? He had to have seen her there for all this time, not speaking, moving, breathing. Not to mention the smells that are supposed to accompany a dying body, which I oddly experienced no traces of. For all I knew, he could have killed her himself. Killed her himself. Was he planning to kill me too, now that I saw things I shouldn't have? Dozens of thoughts and questions like these flooded my brain faster than I could focus on. The man inhaled a deep breath and uttered a single word before slamming the door in my surprised face. 1. So yes, he did know. With the door firmly closed, I ran to my car immediately, thrusting the keys in the ignition with shaking hands. My phone rang on the passenger seat before I even had chance to grab it. I know I should have called the police. When the screen lit up with my boss's name and number, I was relieved to be able to talk to someone who could calm me down. Hey, there might not be anything wrong with him keeping the person there. Could have been well known. Could have been the woman's choice to be dead in the rocking chair. You don't know. You don't have to be a narc. Okay. We gotta talk to the boss. Yeah, that's good. None of this was making any sense to me. The only solace I could grasp was that the question was still on the form for a reason. So maybe it's something that happens more than one would think. Sorry, I was fighting that one, but it said no. Thank you, Mask. Okay. I had to put one under dead in the home this evening, I exclaimed, not even giving her the chance to greet me. I can't talk. I have to call. And then, I guess he's interrupted. Mr. Gamblin, she asserted, I understand that you're very upset. I've already sent a message to alert the authorities. Wait, how do you know this? Lady, how did you know so immediately? Do you have magic census papers? What the fuck? Give me the address while we're here on the phone. Do you still have it? After I gave her the address, she told me to take a couple of paid days off, which I accepted, but I couldn't get that image out of my head. If I tried to work now after this, I might never go back. Even so, I was too terrified to be at the house alone, as stupid as that sounds for a man my age. I had nothing to do there but stare at an uninteresting television screen and bounce my gaze off of 4 sounding walls, each one showing her gory mess of a face. Hold on. Okay. Well, I'm fine to yawn if that's like a thing, but the problem is that I don't want it to interrupt in the middle of a sentence. I want it if I yawn or whatever it sounds, I want it to not interrupt the story so significantly. I want it to be at an opportune time. That's what it's about. Okay. So couldn't get the image out of our head. His head. We were talking about yawning. Dang it. Wanted to get that image out of his head, but he can't. All I knew was that something felt morbidly off about the new job I'd acquired. I should have left, but I needed money. Besides, it's not like the Bureau killed her, right? Hello, Dirt. By the time I turned on the app to clock in, it was as if nothing ever happened. The previous few days had been uneventful enough that I felt it was safe to go out and knock on doors again. The elderly woman from before, well, it turns out that it was determined she died of natural causes. The man hadn't killed her at all. The worst he'd done was fail to report her death. And with the man's age and frail state of mind, it wasn't something the state felt was worth pursuing legally. Isn't it also, I'm just going to interrupt right here, some of the stuff for the census, the whole point is that you're not supposed to give out some of the information so directly. Like part of the reason that people do the census is so that you can report undocumented people. It's one of the things, isn't it? Without legally having that be a problem. Wasn't that a thing? Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know. But like you're not supposed to have it connected to you like that. So the fact that this is a thing and they're it's fine, Dirt. The fact that this is how that got put together is weird. And you're not supposed to be narking for it. But okay. Cue Misty what you miss. What everybody, if you're new in, is that we are someone called Mr. Gamblin, our narrator, who needed money, took up a job with the census peoples to go around to people that hadn't yet finished or completed their census stuff and asked them to do it. And nobody was up for it, except for this one house that we stopped at, where a guy answered the last question, which was stupid seeming but real. Gamblin, no G at the end, but yeah. We made the bit, don't worry, we called that out too. That he was in fact living with someone in the house that was dead. So, like, ooh, but I'm still like, stop being a narc, dudes. That's not what this is about. You're breaking the census rules. All right. Even if they did, about the police, I guess, the state not feeling it was worth pursuing legally, even if they did, upon the death of a married person, by law, their spouse has the right to custody of the deceased and their burial. Exactly. I told you from the start, he could just choose to keep the body in the house. Nothing wrong with that. But yeah. Okay, anyway. In the end, I was just happy to move on. It was none of my business, after all. Considering the dude had the body within eye line of the front door, he wasn't really keeping that a secret. I'm sure food deliveries or anyone else that visited would have seen it, so, like, I don't know. Okay. Alright, yeah, wasn't your business at all, Mr. Gamblin. My mind had picked up on something I noticed earlier in the week. As I looked over my forms, it clicked into place. There was a chunk of addresses that were missing from my route. One of my main character flaws was that I always knew better than everyone else. Having said that, I figured they either lost the forms while compiling them, or it was a glaring clerical error. Anyway, okay, so naturally I decided to go and question that section anyway. They are not giving you who got, like, that's not how this works either. No, the yawn count is like at least 3 at this point. It's maybe even 4. I guess I was just quiet enough. I wasn't trying to be. You don't go to a bunch of houses because, oh, they didn't do that. They might have already submitted their census. You're not there to start asking the census, you dum-dum. Mr. Gamblin, who thinks that he is always knowing better than everyone else, is actually an idiot. Marvelous. I'm deeply disappointed. They could have already completed their census. How do you not know this? Why do you think you're the only one? What the fuck? Okay. Like literally, you're being census bounty hunter. The people that are skipping their census, you're going to. Why do you think you have to go to every door? Huh? But okay, we're going to a different section. Anyways. But who keeps track of the yawns properly? Okay, anyway. It was towards the beginning of the block of addresses I was starting on, so I drove past where I'd started previously and turned down an unmarked street. Alrighty, cute Misty. Go eat well. Take care. We'll see you when we see you. Happy time zone, whatever time zone. Drove past where I'd started previously and turned down an unmarked street. My confusion and irritation at the Bureau's incompetence grew as I took in the area around me. What the fuck is wrong with our brain? Mr. Gamblin is actually... No wonder you didn't have a job. Okay, what the fuck? My first thought was maybe this area contained a section of unfinished houses. Then why would you be going for the census? If they're not living there, then you're not taking the census. What the fuck is happening? Did the writer not know what the census stuff is, really? Raven yawning just after starting stream. It's a lack of oxygen. It's not about a tiredness. It's a lack of oxygen, and since I haven't been talking much, but I was getting stuff around before stream, I'm just starting talking, and it kicked in right away. And there's a degree, I would guess, of kind of like Pavlov's dogs, where my body knows once I've done this, that this is what's going to happen. And it's like, oh boy, we're doing this again. We gotta get our oxygen when we can. Let's do the big yawns. Let's get this going. And then I do. And then later on in the stream, I'm not nearly as bad. Basically, I need to be talking more before I stream to warm myself up. But I don't. Because instead, I was watching D&D streams on YouTube. It was a very stressful episode, and I'm still emotional about it. Don't bother me about it. I can't talk. I'm still sad. Okay. I felt like doing that today. Okay. Where was this? Oh yeah, you're like, I'm so annoyed at them, 'cause you're a dumbass. At first I thought it was a bunch of unfinished houses. This was quickly ruled out by the occupied driveways and glowing porch lights. Then why did you think it was unfinished house? What the hell is going on with this person? What the heck is this? There wasn't anyone outside, but signs of life were evident from inside the blind-drawn homes. One thing stood out, or rather the absence of said thing, challenging everything that I thought I'd learned. Not one single mailbox greeted the car-filled driveways. Do they know what time zone they're in? People don't keep all that many mailboxes anymore. Like, P.O. boxes are a thing. What the shit is happening? This isn't a spooky, ooh, something's wrong. It's just it's unfinished. It's just a thing that happens. It's like, oh, something was glaringly wrong. The woman wore pants. What the fuck is wrong with you? Yes. Is that a problem? That happens. Are you okay? Like, what do you mean? Mailbox is not there. What the hell? Okay, I slowed down as I continued to drive through, taking in the house's front porches and front doors. There were no mail slots and no numbers nailed to the front paneling. Nothing to identify these homes from one another properly. Okay, so no numbers is also, unfortunately, a typical thing, but is a very problematic thing. You could be worried about mail, you could be disregarding mail, but like for people with like first responders, they need your numbers for when you're calling in. We're at whatever address, and then they're driving by. They need to be able to see it plainly, clearly, easily. Make sure your numbers are lit up, like whatever you have lights for out front for if it happens at night. You need that, and yeah, big numbers, please. Too much of a scrawling little letterings doesn't help. Just do numbers. We've been going off about safety. Okay. What's more, most had overflowing trash bins with matching piles of discarded items next to them on the grass. So it was trash day in the morning? What the fuck are you rambling about? Why are you saying this as if this is a problem? What's happening here? My stomach flipped as my eyes fell on a toddler's riding horse. It had been tossed carelessly, landing just to the side of the other items. Okay. Someone grew up and it's broken. Its once white paint had faded and chipped away, the remaining coat marred with dirt, mold spores, and food smears. Well, that is unfortunate, but sounds like it really does need to be with the trash. Mattresses were laid atop each other outside the end house on the cul-de-sac, which seemed unnecessary. The end house on the cul-de-sac. I feel like I'm misunderstanding what a cul-de-sac is, or they are. What do you mean the end house on the cul-de-sac? Doesn't that mean it's a circle? What the fuck? I'm lost. Anyway, which seemed unnecessary since a large box truck was resting in the driveway. In fact, I'd noticed quite a few of these houses held box trucks in their yards. Okay. There was no company logo or labeling, just plain white trucks. Yeah, exactly. I'm just like, then how is it an end house? If it's do they mean like corner where it comes back in? And if in that case there is two of those, what do you mean end house on a cul-de-sac? It's a circle. What the hell? Who wrote this? Who wrote this? And can I please smack you? Will that rearrange the plot and what we are focusing on? The atmosphere turned my body cold. Okay, I don't know why. I'm gonna assume that we're just feeling something. We're seeing all this stuff that isn't really suspicious to me, but okay, we're upset about it. Raven is on that. Yes. But okay. My atmosphere turned my body cold, speckling my arms and neck with goosebumps. We got the spooky vibe. We don't know why. They think they know why, but I don't know why. Don't get me wrong, the mattresses weren't smeared with blood and gore. Why even say that? None of the neglected items looked sinister. Okay. Some of the furniture appeared new. Okay. Still, though, something didn't feel right in the air. Then why did we have to have all the details? I don't get it. This is very weird anti-Chekhov's gun moment. It was heavy, earthen, the air, I guess. And although I was in my own car and on a wide open street, something about it felt suffocating, like being buried alive. Well, it was your choice to show up here like an idiot, thinking that you have to get their censuses stuffs, when no, but okay. My rationale from earlier began to turn on itself. On the other hand, if the houses weren't on my list, then technically I couldn't be held responsible for not visiting them. You could be held responsible for indeed visiting them and annoying them when you didn't need to. What the hell are you doing? And no right to this troll, but some pastas are like this intentionally. I think some people just enjoy the nonsensical writing. It's possible. Anyway, okay. The front tires groaned as they dipped off the asphalt into the soft grass to turn around. The front tires. You should probably specify of my car, or my front tires, not the front tires. Because that could have been, was it one of the box trucks that did this? Please specify. Thank you. I'm turning into editor mode now that I've assessed this story as concern, need help. I'm like, okay, how do we help? Raven puts on her little reading glasses, brings out a red pen, licks the pen. Okay, how do I fix this? And I need to not, but I am. It's an automatic. Okay, hun, let's... The front tires, da-da-da-da-da. We're turning around, I guess. As sure as I was that it wouldn't be a big deal to use one of their driveways, I didn't want to draw any more attention to myself than I already had. So, ruin the grass for it? Literally, mask. Ruining the grass, which will leave evidence, isn't better, sir. Why are you doing this? It's a cul-de-sac. Turn around in the cul-de-sac. You don't have to use a driveway. You don't have to touch grass. It's a fucking circle. It's very evident this person doesn't know what a circle is. I don't understand what's happening. Okay. But you didn't want to draw attention to yourself. Fine. 2 blinding headlights entered my path as I straightened out the car to leave, approaching in the direction I was attempting to leave in. Approaching from the direction I was attempting to leave in is what you should say. So much for staying under the radar, I thought bitterly. I pulled off to the side to allow him room to pass. However, he stopped once he got to the side of my car. In the car? Okay. Hey there, he said, raising his voice to be heard over my car radio. What are we listening to? Mr. Gamblin, what are we listening to? Insert funky cold Medina, I don't know. I nodded slightly in response, studying his face for recognition. After only a moment or two, I was beyond certain that I'd never seen him before, but when I looked past him at the inside of his vehicle, I recognized a manila envelope with the same emblem in the top corner that mine had. Are you a census worker? I asked, raising my own pile of forms into his line of sight. And this is why you don't go where you're not appointed. This is already someone's job. You are literally stealing someone's money if you had gone to those people and filled out those forms, because that could have been this person's bonus, but you decided to go ahead and go. I hate us. We suck. We're bad. We're bad at our job. We're shitty. Okay. Ah, one of my brethren, he shouted dramatically, chuckling after to lighten the effect. Yeah, man, he continued. I've been doing this for 8 months now. I've never seen you around before. I thought that was a ridiculous and pointless statement, seeing as we all worked in separate local areas. You could have met in the office. Why are you being... I hate us. Mr. Gamblin, us. I don't like you. every bit more. I surmised that some people were just nervous blurters and moved on with the conversation. Why? Yep, this is my second week. You know when you said that it's a boomer? I realized I wasn't really thinking. I wasn't looking close. It totally is a boomer because we have a double space after the end of a sentence. It's totally a boomer that wrote this because it's got the double space. You trained with typewriters. I can see it. Okay. Been a weird night for me. Aww. Okay, look after yourself. You don't have to make your presence known. You can always just disappear. I'm not going to judge you, Cage. This is why I don't keep attendance, even for my mods. You're going to be fine. But go ahead and take care of yourself. It's good to see you. I hope you feel better. Where were we? Yep, this is my second week. See, this street is a huge hole on my route list. It's not even listed. I can see that people live here, so I thought I'd try to get some responses, I explained. His eyes darkened, despite a smile creeping across his face. There's a reason for that. He paused to light a cigarette before explaining what it was. It's not on your list because it's already on mine. You dumbass! Duh. They're trying to make it spooky there in the first half, but it's like, no, that's just how work goes, you dumbass. Okay, anyway. He lifted a list full of printed numbers and names, just like mine. It takes a certain kind of person to knock on these doors. Well, we're back to attempting it to be spooky. It could have just been that someone else got assigned this. Why you gotta be so weird? My smile grew lax with disbelief. Come on, pal, don't bullshit a bullshitter. I don't give a shit who talks to these people. I just want my ass to be nailed. I just don't want my ass to be nailed if I didn't. I just want my ass to be nailed. Raven, what have you done? No. I just want my ass to be nailed. Okay. Well, it's settled now and you can go on your way. I'm sorry for your confusion, but we both have a job to do. Even with the most modern conveniences available, people still don't want to take the time to help our country. He shook his head disgustedly as he took a long drag from his smoke. Thank you, Andy. That's what I give for that. Okay. With that, his foot tapped the gas pedal and the car crept on by. It made no sense to single out a single street in one area for another employee while I could have hit those houses just as easily. Maybe because you're new, you don't get as many houses. Maybe this is something that they want to do. I'm going to question this because he's been working there 8 months. This feels weird to me. Like, the census is yearly. It's not monthly, I thought. And working 8 months at some place, it's not like you've been there since the last census. You're new. And considering they're working, these guys, at least from this point of view, like it's not like he's been working on this house before, or this street before. So why would he know that this takes more, whatever? Like, what the fuck? There's so many plot holes and bullshits here. I could have a sense of suspend my disbelief, but you chose to do a government job. Like, this is one of the things that is the least suspension of disbelief there is. It's just so mundane that when you get it wrong, it feels just stupid. You know? Anyway. But fine. So he's gone off. We're, I guess, salty about it for whatever fucking reason. And then we change writing, which I'm always very aware of when they do this. I haven't told you much about myself, but you probably caught by now that I smoke pot. You mean that beginning where you were like, they're gonna drug test me? Oh no, they're gonna drug test me? They're gonna drug test me. They won't care that I have a medical card. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. And that can sometimes make a person paranoid. Please stop spilling it out for me like this. I don't like this. Okay. There wasn't much going on in my life at the time, and the inconsistency in the route gnawed at me. It's stupid. I shouldn't even care. There was a huge chance that none of those people would open their doors anyway, but I couldn't get it out of my head. I had to know more. I decided to head back out after dark and drive through one more time. If nothing else, maybe I could find a new end table or computer monitor, I told myself. I mean, yeah, go dumpster diving, except it's street yard sale for free kind of vibe. Go for it. The sky was a starless canvas of black and blue as I pulled closer to where I'd have to turn off at. I'd almost driven by it completely under the guise of moonlight. By day it was hidden, unremarkably remarkable unless you knew where to look. But by night it seemed almost impossible to find. I switched my headlights off as I pulled into the neighborhood. I was surprised to see more garbage now, and the majority of the box trucks were parked at the house where the mattresses were stacked earlier, which were now missing. I hadn't been gone longer than 4 hours, but I guess they'd gotten rid of them in that short amount of time, or put them in the box trucks that you were so picky about. Just saying that, maybe. Pulling my car off into a more concealed area, I quietly turned the car off and stepped into the cold air, closing the door behind me. I tiptoed down the side yard, relying on shadows for cover. Yeah, I don't know why he'd say don't bullshit a bullshitter in that moment, because it's like, what? Why? When were we bullshitting? Like, this feels very still small talk with a stranger. I don't know where we thought that people were lying to each other, but okay. Maybe I just don't use that phrase enough, maybe. I don't know. Okay. And now we're creeping around when this was supposed to be your job. I don't know what the fuck you're gonna get from creeping at night besides maybe your shopping spree, but we're doing this. I was surprised to see more garbage now. I tiptoed down the side yard, relying on shadows for cover. As a child, I'd play a game after the sun went down. I would run around in shadow, pretending that the moonlight was poisonous. If any of it touched my skin, I'd be a goner. Think of it as an evolved, more astronomical version of the Flora's Lava game. My mind took me there, visiting a simpler time to avoid the potential severity of my situation. Or you were just using the same set of skills? Why are we... Potential severity? What the fuck is going on with the way that... There were 5, maybe 6 steps left before I'd be at their side window. Which there? Which one? Which fucking house are we even going to? If I could get a sense of what was going on inside, which fucking one? Maybe I'd be a bit more at ease. Tick, tick, tick. A slight tapping pinged off the metal inside the rear box truck, knocking me off balance in surprise. My entire body was out in the moonlit open before I realized and jumped back in darkness. I slid around the other side of the truck, noticing it was held shut by a padlock. The rusty lock secured the ring, keeping the back doors locked in place, but otherwise was left open. The smell was unbelievable. I know a lot of people say that, but I really want to try to explain it to do it justice. It smelled like hot garbage, infection, and sweet, fetid sweat. There was a musty copper of menstruation, as well as the tinge of old, rotted blood. Undertones of urine and fecal matter floated towards the front as I swung the door open the rest of the way. It was worse than any animal hoarding house I'd ever experienced. I couldn't imagine what the origin of it could be. There was a padlock on this. What do you mean, swung it open the rest of the way? Wait. Oh, I already read that. Rusty lock secured the ring, keeping the back doors locked in place, but otherwise was left open. Wait, how does it... What? Rusty lock secured the ring, keeping the back doors locked in place. What do you mean, how is it also left open? I don't fucking know. I'm gonna assume there's multiple doors involved. I don't care. This is just draining me at this point. What the hell is wrong with this? It's very stinky. Okay, moving on. It was worse than any animal hoarding house. I couldn't imagine what the origin of it could be. Sounds like multiple things. A collection of various stuffs. This doesn't feel very difficult there. All of the things that you described, all happening at once, because it's a bit of that garbage, and a bit of that garbage, and a bit of that garbage. It's just... It wasn't death. ... No, death has a stale quality to it. How do you know? You didn't smell the dead lady before. Whatever was in here, animal or human, had been alive, at least at one point. Prepare to rage quit. I'm going to lessen my volume. Wait down. That's how living works. Okay, we're back. My lower limbs convulsed with terror, threatening to give out completely. I had to hold on to the back to remain upright. Oh, thank you, board. I'm just seeing that. I saw a little bit of jumps and then it caught my eye. Thank you. Oh gosh, hold on. I have to cough. I think the shouting at you guys upset my throat just a little. It is very sweet, Mask. It's very sweet of you, board. Thank you. I'm glad you exist. Alright, where we were at was I was very unimpressed with your idea of whatever animal or human had been there was alive at one point, because fucking duh. And at least at one point, then there would be the death smell, you dumbass. I can't do this. It's just no. Of course, if you stopped existing, I wouldn't be able to try to create new puns out of your name. Well, I would disagree. I think you could continue to do that after I was long dead. But go ahead and do as you please. Oh, look at that little guy. Very similar to my little frogs. I love him. Okay. My lower limbs. Oh, never mind. We love a Poe reference. My lower limbs convulsed with terror, threatening to give out completely. I had to hold on to the back to remain upright. My fingers unified with a gelatinous mass of deep red and sickly yellow ooze that had gathered on the rim of the floorboards. Floorboards? Where the hell are we? What the hell is going on? I thought we were at the box truck. Are you saying that we're inside the house? What are you talking about? Is this floorboards of the truck? I don't... Oh my gosh. Okay. Fine. I don't know why I had to hold on to the back to remain upright, and then my fingers unified with that stuff. Vomit protruded from my esophagus, adding another layer to the shit, sweat, and rotten potpourri at the back of the truck was seasoned with. Yeah, we're at the truck. Okay. The sight inside was unfathomable, and I need to cough, and you can hear it in my voice. Hold on. Yeah, you take the poppers out. My voice is falling apart. I am talking at the same rate. I'm not doing anything, but something in my throat says, "Hey, Raven, you're gonna sound stupid until you cough." Frog in my throat. Okay, hold on. No, tiny bit better. I don't trust it won't come back, but okay. Thanks, Ford. Alright, so we're freaking out. We puked into the truck, only making everything worse. And the sight was unfathomable, and it's already back. I can feel. Okay. My lower limbs, The missing mattresses from earlier had been painstakingly, how do you know painstakingly, but stacked on top of each other and squeezed into the back. Chunks of flesh and hair stuck out from in between them like gory frosting on a multi-layered death cake. I couldn't even tell how many bodies were held in total. My fight response kicked in, and I was thankfully able to gather enough strength from my extremities to hoist myself into the back. Why? Why? The soles of my shoes fought, you just vomited into there, but okay, yeah, okay. The soles of my shoes fought to gain traction on the wooden floor. My hand flung itself into another hand as I windmilled my arms to remain solid on my feet. Huh? Oh, okay, so oh, uneven. Swing arms around, trying to get balance. And hand hit another hand, the hand that must have come out of the mattresses and stuff. Then, to my dread, ever so faintly, it squeezed. This hand, I guess. At least 5 mattresses were sitting on top of this one, with God knows how many people sandwiched in between. I flung my free hand over my mouth to keep from screaming. That was the worst thing I could have done. An acrid taste of stagnated blood and bitter almonds filled my mouth, coating my lips. Why almonds? In my desperation earlier, I'd forgotten to clean it off after I'd grabbed the bottom of the door. Oh. So you put whatever... Ugh. Nevertheless, this person needed help. I strained with all my strength and will to lift the mattress. Yeah, exactly what I was thinking, cyanide. To lift the mattress by even an inch. And we put it to our mouth. Our dumbass self. So that's great. Spit it out, us. No, we won't. We're dumb. Anyway, okay. Try and lift the mattress by even an inch. The pressure from the weight on top created an almost impenetrable stack. I winced as my knuckles slammed into a solid metal object. There were bars rammed through each mattress, securing it to the one on top as well as below. They looked like they appeared every foot or so, and it was undeniable that some of them were rammed through skin, bone, and organs. Just then the front door opened, illuminating light from the inside over the entire front lawn. 3 men in suits emerged onto the front porch, struggling with an oversized bag. Are you saying that you can see all this? Us? Or are we in the truck and unable to see it? How do we... Okay. If I were more of a dramatic person, I'd have even gone so far as to call it a body bag. I think you're dramatic enough, and you've already said it. Just say it with your full chest. I'm done with you. One of the men murmured codes into a clear earpiece. You can see that far, that it's a clear Shut up. Hidden into the crook of his right ear. Then is he talking into his earpiece, or is he just talking and he has one? What the fuck? They looked to be of an official capacity. I couldn't tell if it was military, government, or police. But they carried themselves secretively like they knew they were powerful people. I don't know what about that description exactly, but I hate it. I hate it all. Icky. F. Get an F. They'd already be alerted to my presence by one of the rear doors being left open, and I wanted to be far away when that happened. I crept almost out of earshot when all my efforts were rendered moot. My cell phone chimed with a text message. You knew you were sneaking around and you didn't turn off your fucking cell phone? You deserve this. Not for that, but for all of the little things that have added up. It was from Chandra Briggs, my superior from the bureau. Report to the office building you were interviewed in by 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. I must meet with you. This is the time you're going to text? I feel like Chandra has access to us in ways we don't have an awareness of. Anyway, the sound of the notification rang out through the night air like a gunshot, surely attracting the attention of the men that were leaving the house. I didn't have time to look behind me, nor did I want to give away any indication of my facial features. By the time my car had started, I was sure I'd given myself away. You already got all the way over there? How? Fuck. Anybody that had that much disregard for human life was likely just as soon to kill me than look at me twice. My stomach churned with worry, dread, and terror as I pulled off the bumpy road back onto the familiar joys of the civilized highway. Considering how slowly we went through some of it, you getting away feels like exactly the moment that you should be building anticipation. Are you going to get away? But instead you just give it to us like this. I'm disappointed. Drag that bit out. Okay. When I stole a glance in my rearview mirror, one of the men stood in the middle of the street, just staring blankly at the back of my car. My mouth and throat were dry, apart from the traces of the bile left behind from earlier. My mind, body, and spirit felt beyond frazzled. All I knew was that I'd been at that job for 2 active days, and both of those days I'd seen more death than life. Incorrect. You saw 1 death and 1 living person, as well as many people, that was at one house, as well as many people that slammed the door on you. You saw more life than death. This one, unclear. This one, maybe you saw more death than life, because I don't know how many people were stacked in the mattresses. Because it's implying, like, it seems like there's a person between each level of mattress with all the poles in it. And you saw those 3 guys. I think, and I'm assuming the guy that was one of the survey people is one of the people in the stack. Like, I was waiting for him to pry it out and see the guy's face and be like, oh no. But, like, I'm assuming. Yeah. You think this is some top tier writing? Really, Mask? Really? Spell his name right. Shakespeare. I'll forget. But I think yeah, I'll give him he's seen more death than life in the second day. Anyway, okay. See more death than life. Best insurance and benefits in the world didn't mean shit if I wouldn't be alive to enjoy them. Well, you were the dumbass that decided to go for this. Actually, yeah. Let me be clear. You'd been at the job for 2 active days, and this part where you went and found all the dead bodies. Perfect, Mask. Okay, thank you. Yes. He's a faker, not the realer. Okay, then I was gonna say the real Shakespeare. I mean, there's things to say, but the going out like this, you weren't on call. This was not an active day. This was middle of the night, not when you're on call, and even when you went before, it was not your job to be doing it. So I say bullshit. This is not one of the active days that you should be including in this. You're full of shit. You made your own choices, dumbass. So, don't blame them. No, not enough insurance and benefits in the world didn't mean shit. Yeah, it wasn't fucking relevant. You made your choices. This is your own life. It's not your job's responsibility. Call the cops? Yeah, sure. For all I knew, they were the ones responsible for the deaths themselves. This is just a writer trying to up the stakes and give reason why we didn't go and get help and were isolated to keep the fear up. Whether they know that that's what this whole point of that is or not. I would guess that they are not that analytical on this. But, this sounds like our buddy is not just having medical marijuana effects, but just actively blitzed all the time. In which case, you should not be driving, weirdo, stupid, I hate you person. Okay. And if not, I still didn't feel it was worth giving up my identity. Why would you have given up your identity? I don't want to deal with this. I drank myself to sleep that evening, fully intending on nursing a hangover in bed the entire next day. Chandra could go to hell as far as I was concerned, and this job could go right along with her. However, the next morning I got an alert from my back. From my back? What? Saying a direct bank. They meant bank. Saying a direct deposit was entered for immediate use. I won't be an asshole and tell you how much it was for. Times are tough for all of us right now, but suffice it to say I began getting ready for my 8:30 shift abandoning my plan from the night before. I think what they're trying to say is that it was a lot of money. They don't want to tell us how much money it was because the writer doesn't want to have to do the specific math or have to consider that whoever reads it might think that that is less money or more money or whatever. But it was enough that they didn't want to lose the job, I think is the point. Probably. And that is the end of part 1. Raven's predictions. Chandra's in on it. Chandra's spooky. Or knows something and is going to give us stuff, and then we're going to do things, and then she's going to be spooky. Our friend that we met is in the mattress pile. Those government people related to our bureau, for sure. That's how Chandra's spooky. And they're never going to explain all the garbage properly. At least not properly. They might try and explain the garbage. It's not going to be properly. The reasonings that this street is spooky is never going to be properly laid out. That's my theories. Somehow this is 10 out of 10, but oh yeah, okay, that adds up. It's from 1 vote. Yeah, that makes sense. They're a liar. Okay, but I'm going to click next and see how long the part 2 is. Yeah, it looks also long. You think I nailed it? Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Okay, he's back and now upset with my sister. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Turt. I don't know what it's about. I hope it's all okay soon. But we have redeems to do. I'm just looking at what I'm about to read, trying to give some sort of understanding, and it looks like we just skip ahead in time and do some bullshit. Yeah, it looks like we've been working at this job for a while and things are weird. So maybe it's like we've been working at the census job for a while. I'm not going to scan anymore. I'm not going to cheat anymore. But it's going to be like we've been working at it long enough. We stayed at the job and now we're at roughly 8-month mark and they're going to send us down the same road finally. Like when the last guy got sent down after he'd been working for 8 months, kind of a thing. And then it's going to be, we got to fight for our lives. They're going to put us in the mattress cake because the poles in it reminds me of cakes when for support they put the little wooden or straw, the little supports in them. Anyway, okay. It's trigger time. Let's get Raven a break from whatever the fuck that shit is. Whatever the hell that story's about. Unimpressed Raven. But we start with all caps comb twing from 3 hours ago now because you redeemed it 2 hours before stream even started, you little freak. And I'm going to do a stretch and a posture check right now. Thank you to you guys. Okay, let's do comb twing number 1. And screw it, we'll do an extra long comb twing so that both of y'all get your comb twings. Unless Yar, if you're here, tell me if you want me to save your comb twing for another, or a refund, whatever. I was wondering where my husky was when I got home. Go to let my dog out just now from a chain in the backyard with the back light off. Ah. Well, I hate to say it, Turt, and I don't mean to be disregarding how you feel about your pup and all of that. But I'm kind of used to the huskies on chains in the backyards, but like big, big yards, and I'm talking running huskies. So they're sitting there sleeping, or they're just losing their mind. Put us on a freaking harness. Let's go, bro. Let's go. Sled dogs. So sitting outside for 2.5 hours when it's not that cold. Maybe it's hot. If it's hot, that's bad. That's very bad. But feels like that's kind of huskies kind of chill time. Just because I'm used to that kind of version of it. I hope Husky gets inside and is all having fun though now. That would be nice. Comb twing time. Tell me, Yar, if you want the refund or later. Let's go. Sorry. There's the first comb twing. Maybe she didn't want to be outside alone though. That's true. I'm used to the multiples, not alones. That's very, very true. That's a good point. Probably didn't want to be alone. Although, you never know. Oh, could be done with insert person here. Yeah. The no light that one was, I was like, yeah, the light should be on when you put the pup out. Even if they're just on the chain, like, the light should be on. You're right. And then didn't tell you or anything. Yeah. That's unfortunate, yeah. Communicate! Okay. Well, I've heard nothing from Yar or from Lahonk. I get the sinking feeling I should hold off on the second comb twing for when one of them comes back. Did I miss it? Kinda, but here you go with the other one. Here we go. How about we do keys, Turt? It's up next. We'll do your keys. Hopefully this is a good time for you instead. Here we go. There's lots of keys. And now we'll do page flipping. And after that will be some rage, puff, sniffs, kalimba. And I'll save the other page flipping for another one. But here we go. I'll start with the little book, stiffer pages. Go. Mike, stop moving on me. Stay still. Silly Mike. And there's the little book, but here's the big fluffy book. We begin. There was our big fluffy book page flipping. But hi, Dunda. It's good to see you. Oh my goodness, that's so sweet of you to say. Thank you. I hope you have a great night and eat well and take care. And we see you another time. I'll tell you right now, I floated this earlier at the start of the stream. I think I'm going to change my schedule just a tad for the next week so that I do the first couple days, the Sunday, Monday, and then I do something earlier in the day for Halloween itself, so it could be early enough for you. You could join us for our Halloween stream, whatever I end up doing for that. So I'll let you know that little one. Thank you for pinning that, Mocha. That's so nice of you. Yeah. So thank you very much, Dumda. Thank you. Now go look after yourself. If you have to go, I assume you're going off back to bed. With that, I have Rage Puffing and Sniffs and Kalimba next. So let's get some Rage Puffing. It's time to rage. Rage. Wait, there you go. I have rage. Yes, go ahead, go eat them now. Go, go, go. Okay, here we go. I rage. I'm full of rage. Definitely not just being silly. No, never. Thanks for talking. Okay. That is true. I can't. very hard to not do the I never. I didn't do well I never, which is what I usually do. I usually sprinkle that in somewhere in my rage puff. But this time I did I have never instead. Instead of a well, I never, it was I have never. Never fucking do it again. It was actually don't you ever do it again. But yeah, don't you ever fucking do it. It's close. You're very close with your closed captioning there, Mask. Oh, it's so fun. I like this one. I've come back around just a little bit. Come back just a little bit. Yeah, there's a story with that one. The story was Raven can't say well I never. And she tried her best, but she still said never. At least once. Probably the couple more. It's oops. It's oops. Okay, we're gonna do sniffs now. And then kalimba. Ooh. Alright. I'm gonna just quickly get drink. I had also felt my throat get very dry at the start. I was like, oh no, am I gonna cough in the middle of Rage Puff? Am I gonna have to mute and die for a second while I cough? But no, it was good. It was good. Okay. Alright, here we go. In the middle, I had a little, ugh, ew, that was stinky. And then at the end, I had a little, yeah, no, okay, that's good. So I'm even having a mini story in my sniffs. More of a story than the census story. Well, no, I'll say that the census story has more story. But my stories was better. Not more, but better. That's what I think. I wish that this story was written by our silly author guy that had the three that we liked, or I liked, that had the different points of view. Usually, he's always got some teenager named Jake. It was my little joke. But I think if you could have come about the paranoid things in a half-hearted, silly way, and it would have read better. Or you could just kind of drag them along in a different way. Like, I wanna go back and write this differently. Same plot point, same through lines, just like address some of it differently, and maybe describe some of it differently to make more sense. But anyway, we'll see how it ends. I still haven't finished it. It could be very big different. But okay, we're gonna do Kalimba first, and then I'll save the other comb twing and page flipping for the next break. And let's do Kalimba. Okay, here we go. What do we do? Okay. There you go. bit stumbly, but I did pretty good. I don't know. What do you guys think? We're gonna move on to this one. Oh my gosh. Mm-mm. I'm gonna do that one again. And they're pretty good, but I wanna go again. Alright, this is cool. I had the mic in a different spot, so it sounded, at least in the headphones, feedback, just a little bit different than it normally sounds to me, which is interesting. Which it kind of makes sense because like there's sound that come out the back, and like normally I have it on the side, but this time because I just done stuff, I had the mic upwards. You would have heard less of the out the back holes kind of sounds. And now I want to play with that. But I'm not going to. Because I have a shitty story to finish. I'm a consummate professional. I will finish the story. As long as it's not terms of service or inappropriate kind of bad, I will finish a bad story. So I guess here we go. Oh my gosh, Mask, did you just say am back after I just did Kalimba? Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Bad story is bad. I just finished Kalimba Mask. Please tell me you did not miss it. Yeah. No, you betrayed me. You betrayed me like the hunk. It's so sad. But I'm moving on. I don't care. Run, scream out. He's cute. Yeah, you only kidding. Good. Good. Okay. Okay. Part 2 of Enumeration Insurgence. So we jump in, and it seems like we're just jumping forward in time. Walk with me through this ridiculousness, because this is what I saw at the start, and I'm like, whoa, this is what we're starting with? And I had to look. If it had been a different start, I probably wouldn't snooped how the story picks up, but it did, and I had to go, like, it feels just deranged, but I guess this is how Mr. Gamblin has developed in the time that we've been away from them. Good morning, ma'am. Let me ask you, did you know that if asked to pick a card out of a deck of 52, 70% of people would pick the 7 of hearts? I picked Queen of Diamonds. Nope. Incorrect. No, okay, I'll do it 10 more times. Or 9 more times. 8 of hearts. Oops. Ace of clubs. 1, 2, 3. How many was that? Oh no, I ripped my box. I should be paying attention. That's 3 cards out of 10. 2 of diamonds. Queen of diamonds again. Oops. 7 of diamonds. Closer. I don't know how many this was. 4 of diamonds. 8 of diamonds. I'm getting a lot of diamonds. Queen of diamonds a third time? Oh. Thanks, Turt. I mean, thanks, Mask. Then you said. You guys picked up on me being stupid. Thank you. I ripped my box of cards for this. For this dumb little bit that wasn't even worth it. I'll tape the box. I'll tape the box later. I probably would choose a higher number. Hi, Elena the Angel. Welcome in. Hello, Talbot Stories Raid. Welcome in. Author Raid. Do we call themselves author? Welcome in. Welcome in. I probably would have gone with a heart, or a, yeah, I think I lean hearts, but I'm not sure. An ace, a king, or a queen is probably what I would have picked. That's the instinct. Ace of clubs, ace of spades, ace of hearts, queen of hearts. That feels more natural. I don't know. But welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Look at those little jumping dudes. Show me a little jumping dudes. A little rave. Aww. That's very cute. I still have yet to get a rave emote. Something I think would be very cute. But okay. Welcome in. Get cozy. As you guys enter, thank you for sending out the shout out mask. My name is Raven. Welcome to Emerald Lake. We are reading random creepypastas. This one was one that we pulled out last creepypasta stream, but it seemed too long to start. We're on part 2 of 2. Part 1, not a favorite. Basically. So it's interesting, and we're picking it apart. But then also there's this line, and I thought I would be silly and do something. So yeah. Should be right to see here we are. Aw, nice. So you did a writing stream. I'm curious how those go. I have not seen that yet, and considering they made a writing and reading, I was wondering if writing was happening a lot before. I was very curious about it because I've been doing reading streams for a while, but obviously not under the tag. I'm very curious. But alright, so if you have to go, please go and take care of yourself. No worries. Thank you for bringing your peoples in. I'm honored. But go look after yourself and get rest, get food, get all sorted out. And yeah, as Max says, thank you for stopping by. Enjoy this day. And watch out for the goose. That's the honk. Violent. But go ahead and hang out. I'm gonna just start from the top because we just got through one sentence, so 2 sentences. Sorry. Ooh. But yeah, no, I think I wouldn't have picked 7 of hearts. I think I would have gone with a higher. Anyone else's instinct go for above? But yeah, I just show up spirits in my work. Oh, okay. Sounds nice. Okay, so it's just a lot of tippy tappy sounds. That sounds like fun. Okay. Oh no, this song is stuck in your head again. That's up to you. I didn't even say it. My go-to is 3 of spades normally. Whoa, nice. Yeah, I guess I just aim high. I don't know. Listen, 55 chapters in. Ooh, wow. Dang, you got lots done. Good for you. Alright, we're gonna jump in. And forgive me, but I am being very judgy of this story. It's just naturally how this goes. So as a writer, don't take offense, or maybe you're gonna feel the same way. I hope you didn't write this. I doubt you would. It says it's by N.M. Brown. If I remember right, 4 of clubs is the least picked card. That does feel less common, but at the same time, the second you said that, I'm like, Ooh, okay, spicy. Alright, good to know. We have been considering another spicy stream. There is a certain number coming up that I should consider a spicy stream for. So maybe we'll talk. I don't know. But okay. So we're gonna jump back in. We're very judgmental of the first half of the story, but basically we're this dude called Mr. Gamblin, as they called us, not gambling. There's no G at the end, but Mr. Gamblin. We're broke. We smoke a lot of pot, theoretically for a medical reason. We said we had a thing. Not 69th. We've done that ages ago. But, do I want to tell you? Where? Yeah. 169th is what we're looking at. I won't give you the other info. I won't tell you how far we are just yet. I'll make you do math, because I said it once, but I'll make you do math. Queen of Diamonds, Jack of Clubs, and Seven of Hearts, top 3 cards. Queen of Diamonds! I did pick it out 3 times, and I didn't even say it. Oh. Yeah, sounds good. Okay, I gotta get focused. I'm summarizing the story we've got so far, and I'm running out of time because there's gonna be an ad soon that's gonna have to interrupt this, I think. Yeah, and it's not on YouTube, unfortunately. I'm sorry, Mask. That one was not one I was going to share to the YouTubes to get bonked. I'm not even anybody over there yet, but I fear that if it was, they would bonk me very hard. Okay, my point here. The story was that we were gambling. That's our name, not what we're doing. We do smoke lots of pot. He said that. I don't know why he need to spell it out for us, but the point was that so he's paranoid sometimes. Thank you for the follow, Talbot. We have a little tradition. I gotta do some sort of dancey emote, so here's what I'm dropping right now. Everybody else better drop some dancies. Drop a dancey in the chat for the new follow. Thank you. Thank you for the follow, Talbot Stories. I also say the full name. The point was that we're paranoid, and so as we got this new job that is supposed to be like a census bounty hunter, where we go and knock on doors to ask people, hey, you haven't done your census yet. Can I do that now with you? And you get paid for if you do it. Like we as the person that goes around gets paid. Then as we're doing this, the first person that actually did the census with us I guess that was a red herring. I don't know what it was about. Basically, this old man was at the door, and we asked, as we saw his, there was a woman in the front room in a rocking chair also there. As we saw her, he said that one person was living in the house. And then there was a dumb question, we thought. We hadn't gotten to read through the whole thing yet, and it said, which makes me curious, because shouldn't we know what the questions are if we'd done our due diligence and done the census ourselves? Are we a bad person to be doing the job, not doing what the job is asking of people to do? Anyway, the last question was, and who was dead in the home? And the guy said there was one person dead in the home. And we were all freaked out because, oh no, the lady's dead. We saw that she was dead and it was all spooky, and then it was just irrelevant. But then we get freaked out when we're a dumbass, and instead of sticking to our route, we saw that there was a street that wasn't included in our stuff, and we assumed that we should probably go down that road and check with people. But it's like we're not doing all of the census. People can do it on their own. We're going when no one has done it yet there. So I would imagine we shouldn't be just cold, like, let them do their census. It's only when they haven't done it. But oh my gosh, we decided, yeah, I should go there. People are stupid. I'm in charge. No, you're not. You've been here max a day. And that was 2 days ago, at least, before we took the couple days off because, oh no, I saw a dead body. Point is, we go down there when we're stupid and shouldn't have. And it is confirmed because someone drives by and has the same stuff as us. Oh, you're a census worker. Yeah, I am. It's my street. What are you doing here? Because that's how that fucking works. If it's not on your street, it's not your responsibility. Leave it alone. There's a bunch of different reasons why, no. We were dumb. But anyway, we got real suspicious of it, and we went back in the middle of the night, and we found that in all of the dumpsters and stuff, because there was a bunch of trash on the side of the roads, we go into one of the box truck things, and find mattresses stacked up with poles through them that had a bunch of bits and pieces of people. And one of those people bits, there was a hand that grabbed ours. And then before we did much, because we couldn't really separate the mattresses because of the poles, there were people that looked like government people, and we ran. I don't know how we got away, but we did. And apparently we had to have a meeting with our boss in the morning. And then it ended. That was the end of part 1. So here's part 2. And it looks like we've skipped ahead in time. It starts with... Good morning, ma'am. Let me ask you, did you know that if you asked to pick a card out of a deck of 52, 70% of people would pick the 7 of hearts? Her face stared at me blankly. Her wrinkled face stared at me blankly. Come again, son? I don't want to buy no damn cards. Her quavering voice trailed off in irritation, and I was afraid she was going to turn around and shut the door in my face. I can't say I'm not used to it, but it still sucks, you know? Anyway, I could tell I was beyond losing her interest, so I apologized and repeated myself. I'm sorry, I said. It's a numbers experiment. If you were to ask someone to think of a playing card and have them tell you what it is, yeah, okay, I got her wrong, 70% of them would say the 7 of hearts. A smirk appeared as she shook her head slightly. Okay, she drawled. Hold on, I got cough real quick. There we go. Okay, she drawled. And you knocked on my door just to tell me that? If you have business, you better get to it, boy. I've got supper in the oven and no time for bullshit. Well, did you also know, I continued, letting her know there was a point to my fun fact, that only 7 out of 10 American citizens have responded to their census forms? Her eyes fluttered in relief. Good God, I thought you were some kind of nut. Why didn't you just tell me you were from the census? 7 of hearts. Pfft. Silliest icebreaker I've ever heard. I ran through the list of questions, purposefully excluding the part about the dead. She snickered when I asked if there were any children in the home. At my age? Heavens no, she chuckled. Suddenly her bright smile turned dark along with the look in her eyes. Besides, you wouldn't find any of those around here. Besides that, she was terse but cordial, and soon enough I was sitting in my car with a completed form. Fuck. I'd barely been working here 3 weeks and had already experienced enough drama for a lifetime. I snapped a picture of the form ready to upload it to the company app when my mind flashed back to my meeting with Chandra, our boss, the week before. I hadn't told her what I'd seen or asked any questions about the missing segment of the address list. It's not a missing segment. It was assigned to someone else. What's wrong with us? I need to cough again. Something in my throat. Note. She motioned to the chair in front of me across from the table where she sat, and I obliged. I was a bundle of raw nerves, and luckily Chandra wasted no time in informing me about what she'd wanted to see me for. As I'm sure you are aware, the time to report our numbers is rapidly approaching. I understand that people aren't absorbing the severity of their situations. The simplicity of knocking on doors isn't what it used to be. The act of sending your little one around the surrounding neighborhood for school fundraisers is the time of yesteryear. But we must do all that we can to achieve accuracy. I feel like it's not yesteryear. I feel like that's still plenty in force. What? But okay. How are we supposed to truly protect our people if we don't know many need care? At this point, she was exacerbated, breathless from the strength of her convictions. Protect our people, I thought suspiciously. Someone takes their job too seriously. And this was what I was kind of referring to before when he narked on the dead body, which was not of his business, because, yeah, as it turned out to be, she can just be dead in his living room. Nothing illegal about having dead body in your living room. Nope. Just would have been illegal if it wasn't what he was legally obliged to, which the old man had been married to the woman, had every right to do that, and bada bing bada bonk, he did not kill her. Was not the thing. So suck it. Shouldn't have narked. The point of the census is not that we get stuff and we narc about it. The point is to get the information so that they protect people in the proper ways. Like, oh, there's actually a lot of people that need this stuff. They say that this is a thing, but they don't need that because the census is the one place that you can actually just do this. It's fair that they're suspicious about the dead body. It's not fair that he assumed he should narc about it. I get it. I get that you've seen a dead body and you go remark, but the fact that he's doing this for the census is the part that makes it ironic to me. Because this is where you report the things that you don't feel safe to tell in the other versions of the government to make sure that we cover all the gaps. Anyway, okay, so protect our people, I thought suspiciously. Someone takes their job too seriously. She is doing exactly what she should, as far as I can tell. But again, I think that we're eventually going to find out Chandra is like problem bad guy or something. I don't know. I take my job very seriously. She continued. Almost as if reading my mind. She's going to be reading his mind later, isn't it? Okay, as should you. So to emphasize that importance, we've decided to raise your payments by 25%. What? My eyebrows raised in pleasant surprise as I thanked her for the information and gesture. Don't thank me yet, she smirked. I've also taken the liberty of expanding your area. She handed me the new sheet, and I was on my way back home to eat before heading back out. Actually, though, legally, we can have as many corpses as we goddamn like, as long as we don't put them there. Yeah, exactly. I can have as many dead folks in my house as I want. It's my property. Don't you come at me for that. Yeah. I'd narc about a dead body in someone's house. And that's why you're the problem, Mask. Root beer and bunches of Pringles. Ignis! Welcome in! Welcome. Okay, so we've gotten a pay rise for whatever reason. I don't know what that's about. And we've got more houses to go look at. I decided to pick back up where I left off, on the street with the elderly lady from before. One thing I'd noticed about these houses was that the inhabitants were mostly all the same. They were all elderly, annoyed to have their time interrupted, but too polite to say so, and they all got the same disgusted look on their face when I mentioned children. Okay, this neighborhood was by no means a retirement community. Despite that, it looked like a makeshift one had been formed anyway. Surely at least one of these residents, had grown children living at home. However, nothing close to that had been reflected in their answers. There were only 2 houses, or dwellings I should call them, left on the street, and one of them had a "for sale" sign out front. The house being sold looked well kept but empty. No cars sat in the driveway, and the inside looked sparsely furnished to be staged for showing. So don't knock there, is what I would suggest. No one's living there. Next to it sat a yellowed, double-wide trailer that was badly in need of care. It stuck out like a sore thumb among the other pristine Dutch colonial-style houses, and I wondered how they were even allowed to bring it into the group of properties. No matter how nice the house being sold looked, it was doubtful it'd sell quickly due to the eyesore that sat like a pile of shit with feasting flies right next door. Okay, my brain was like, what? Because I was not digesting all of that. I don't know why. But okay. My fist paused 2 inches from the door before knocking. I took a deep breath and ran through all the possible scenarios that could greet me on the other side of that door. Like the nothing that an empty house being for sale would have, but okay. Before I had a chance to, a woman answered. Her posture was stiff and her eyes grew wide with anxiety. Yes? What can I do for you, sir? Her voice was timid and quiet. If the weather hadn't been as calm as it was, I probably wouldn't have been able to hear her at all. Ma'am, I'm here with the United States Census Bureau. Now, according to our records, you haven't completed yours yet. Would you be interested in answering some questions for me and getting this out of the way? Her eyes shifted around the yard as she stepped out onto the porch, closing the door firmly behind her. Do y'all still give out them coupons? I remember last time I filled out one of these, they sent me a shitload of coupons in the mail as a reward for my time. I had no clue what she was talking about, but I couldn't just and my way through this. No, ma'am, I'm afraid not, I replied meekly, already feeling like I was wasting my time for not being able to give her what she wanted. I feel like all of that is too much at once, but okay, cool. Well, it's just as well, I guess. What do you need to know? As of April 21st, how many people have been living in the home? She took a pack of cigarettes out of the pocket of her food-stained khakis and paused to light one up. There are 3 of us here, my husband Merle, his mother Alma, and myself. We moved in to take care of her. You see, she's bedridden. The poor dear doesn't know what day it is or even what planet she's on. I get the feeling that this isn't the for sale house. Are we at the double wide? What the heck is going on? I forced a heavily practiced look of sympathy on my face as I apologized for her mother-in-law's state of health. So no children then? Well, you could look at it as this is Alma's house, and her child, Merle, is there, but okay. So no children then? I asked, not bothering to look up from my form. Ah, Myco Psycho, welcome in. Oh, and I see my... Oh, I'm gonna have to have that go on. Welcome in again, Myco Psycho. We're just in the middle of this. I think we're a little... No, it's still pretty early. It's just a census taker being freaking weird, and there's some suspicious stuff going on. I don't know what's about to happen exactly with how it gets weird, but it's gonna... I'm delaying an ad. There's no way I'm gonna get through this all, but I'm gonna try and find another good spot to break before we have the ad run, because I should have run that earlier, but I didn't. But welcome in, Myco. Get cozy. I'm Raven. Welcome to Emerald Lake. Brain is not cooperating. Yes. No, you're fine to raid often. Are you kidding? That's great. Why would you say sorry to that? That's nuts. No. Feel free to come on in. You're all good. If you have to run, no worries to that either. Go look after yourself. And happy time zone, whatever time zone. If you have to go sleep, go do that. But, yeah, welcome in. No, definitely don't apologize for raiding. Are you kidding? But I might have to run an ad very soon, so... Well, I do have to run an ad soon, but I don't know when I'm going to find a good break to do it. So I'm sorry, you'll have to have that very soon, new viewers. But okay, the So No Children then, that's where we were. I asked, not bothering to look up from my forms. By the time our eyes met again, her facial features twisted into a horrified scowl. She backed up defensively against the front door, throwing her barely smoked cigarette into the front yard. Who's been talking to you about me? Why would you ask that? Didn't you hear me the first time, asshole? I just listed everyone that lives here. If Alma was a child, well, then she couldn't very well be my husband's mother now, could she? What the hell? That's fucking weird. What? Huh? A muffled clatter rang out from behind her closed door, attracting both of our attention. What little color the blood produced in her face disappeared as she seemed to recognize what it was. I'm sorry, I have to go now. Fudge the rest of the answers for your form if you have to. If need be, I can just do it myself online later this evening. Yes, that's what you should do. Don't make him lie on the census. That's... Oh my god. Her words came out hastily and without space for breath. I thanked her for her time, turning to leave before she'd opened her door. Shrieks and wails resonated through the now open barrier before bouncing off my back and into the air. Now, last time I was here, someone wise told me to keep my head down, that if I minded my business, I shouldn't have any trouble. Having said that, maybe I did bring all this on myself. What do you mean last time I was here? As far as we've been aware, it's only been a couple weeks, and the census does not go out that often. What the hell? Anyway, but how was I supposed to ignore something like that? The cries sounded utterly feral and inhuman. Pausing at the bottom step, I glanced behind me to ask if she needed help. And I'm going to break there, I think. A little bit of a cliffhanger. Oh no, there's a little bit further. We'll break further along. I'm gonna read this. Go ahead and run, Cage. You're all good. Go eat. Look after yourself, please. Of course. I told you that before. You're all good. Yes, make sure to take the bestest care of yourself. I fully second Turt. Okay. So we glanced back to see if she needed help. Through the remaining sliver of the open door, I saw something hard to describe. It lunged at the woman who had answered, making her cower in fear. Whoever it was stood to be about the size of an average 8-year-old child. Weirdly specific, but okay. But its body was all wrong. And you saw all this detail from a crack in the door? Hello, Hades, you live! Good to hear. It reminded me of that episode of The Outer Limits, you know the one, I do not, where couples could genetically modify their kids to be the most attractive, smartest, and successful. Well, it turned out that a portion of them became mutilated due to something called genetic rejection syndrome. It's pretty self-explanatory, but there are no words to describe what effects it caused on the children. This child's effects were similar. Bile clawed its way up my throat, threatening to spill out all over my fear-frozen face. He, I assumed it was male, was covered in large masses of tumorous flesh. The skin of his face was stretched taut, pulled painfully tight over the flaps of his ears. A lump of skin had grown over one of his eyes, and the other bulged almost out of its socket. His poor mouth was a line of jagged, pointed teeth. His lips had been stretched so thin that they were non-existent, impossible to tell from his cheeks or chin. The boy jumped on top of his mother, burying his face into her left forearm as she unsuccessfully shoved at him to keep him at bay. He lifted his face away, completely ignoring her cries. A trail of blood, saliva, and sinew kept them attached long after he separated from her. The boy's father came out from a back room with a metal baseball bat, slamming the door forcefully once he saw I could see inside. A scuffle could be heard from the inside of the house, followed by a hollow thud. It hurt me to think that if I hadn't come by, the little boy wouldn't have gotten hurt. Whatever was wrong with him, he was still a child, one that deserved safety and proper mental care. I was calling this one in. Yeah, this is an active attack in front of you. That is absolutely something to call someone for. Forget my no narking. That one is pretty direct. I saw the front door fly open through the view of the windshield of my car. My fingers fumbled with the keys, ready to get the hell out of there and call the cops. The little boy appeared on the front porch, staring me down through a blood-stained face. His lobster-like hand was twitching from the weight of the baseball bat. I threw my car into reverse, backed up, and peeled out of their driveway and down the street. The last thing I saw in my rearview mirror was the boy's jaw widening with bloodthirsty hunger as he approached the neighbor's house that was diagonal from his. He bounced on the lady the second she answered the door. How slow are you driving that are you still seeing all this detail? Sending blood spurting from her neck, and he drank greedily. He stopped mauling her long enough to watch my car as it drove away. He was impossibly fast, and if he decided to chase after me, I'd say he had a pretty good shot. They didn't allow you to drive very fast on residential roads. Are you telling me that with that, you're still just going speed limit as you go away? You're physically capable of going faster, honey. Oh my god, I'm dumb. Whoever this narrator is dumb. If he found me, I knew I was as good as dead. Then why would you still go slow? Why would you say they didn't allow you to drive very fast on residential roads? For one thing, you are the census taker. You supposedly know that there are no children around besides the one that's coming to murder people. But additionally, the fact that the boy got out is, a bit more concerning after what just happened. They didn't want him to get out, but there's something specific going on. And like you saying, still deserve proper mental care. I mean, that is a nice assumption for you to have, but considering how paranoid you've been so far, I find it unbelievable that Mr. Gamblin would be so patient in his theories. Are you kidding? He's immediately jumping to, that's a demon, that's a vampire, that's an abomination. He would not be like, no, that's a child, and children deserve the care and the patience and the love. What the fuck, dude? Oh no, it's a monster kid that can kill me in an instant. Too bad I'm only supposed to drive 20 miles per hour. I just saw him maul his mother, and his dad hit him with a silver baseball bat, and yet he walked out just fine. And is going after his next neighbor, but totally chill. I better go the speed limit. It has to be a troll. This writing has to be a troll. But there's a break in the story, there's some stars. I'm going to take that as my perfect cue to hit the ad button. So I'm so sorry, but we are going to run a 1-minute ad so that I can keep reading. Yeah, you told me, like, it's either they're trolling or they are just really that. You can't have this many like, all the plot holes, all the misunderstandings, and the weird, disjointed. I view these typically as, like, they're really trying, and there's some really good pieces in most of these, but then there's these moments where I'm like, oh god, that was just bad. I should think of it as they did very well at doing what they intended to do, which is troll me. But okay, I'm gonna run a 1-minute ad here. So here we go. I'm very sorry. Brace yourselves. Here we go. Do 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 do. It's trying to go. It's taking its time. There you go. When it finally went, it said 1 minute and 1 second. Lies! It was not 1 minute. It was 1 minute and 1 second. You're a liar, little ads manager. Evil. Corporate greed. But okay, so. Well, this is gonna go weird. Some of this is obviously just unattached nonsense. Maybe it's trying to just be a story about being a census worker is hard. There's crazy things you see. But I think we're gonna, get to a point. It's connected. My guess, there's no kids here because kids become those monsters or something, but I'm not sure. We'll see what happens. I'm not really sure what's gonna go about. Okay, we're back from ad. So, I knew I was as good as dead. Literally, the sentence is just two very antithetical pieces. They didn't allow you to drive very fast on residential roads, semicolon. If he found me, comma, I knew I was as good as dead. Like, the two halves of that. What the fuck? It's like the stories about the park ranger and the stairs in the woods. I don't know either of them. But, yeah, I'm not sure what it is. I feel like the old man with the dead wife, red herring. But all of the rest of this is going to end up connected. But, yeah, I don't know. Okay, 1 second, though. Alright. The stars, and it picks up with, I got on the phone with the police shortly after, telling them to hurry as fast as they could. I was safe, for now, but unfortunately I couldn't say the same for the other residents of that neighborhood, the street where no children lived. They took me about as seriously as a poodle in a pink tutu. If the police heard that a kid was attacking people, they might find it unreasonable, but they wouldn't just ignore it. I get that you want that to happen for the story, they have to disregard it, but like that's not absurd. Like the kid could have rabies or something. How did you describe the kid? What did you say that made it feel like it was a prank? Like, come on. Okay, but fine. I called to follow up the next week. You left it a week? I know, that's not exactly minding my business. People will actively hurt. That is exactly when you don't mind your business. Someone is politely housing their dead wife, then you can mind your business. I laugh every time with that because it is like you would be upset. But like, come on. So like, what the hell? What do you mean? No, don't mind your business. Go about this. What the heck? There's a deranged lunatic that escaped from a psych ward. Yeah, I mean, like, you totally could say that. Or it looked like there were some parents keeping this kid, like, locked up. I'm a census worker. They told me there was no kids, and then I actively saw a kid that didn't look well. It looked like they were abusing this disabled child. Like, you could say that, and the police should fucking show up. And then you say, and the disabled child got out and looks to be running around. That child is unsafe for themselves. That child is unsafe for others. The police would show up. But anyway, what? No, I don't know what happened, Ignis. But sure, not exactly minding my. Bonk him, bonk Ignis now. It's good, but it's also like, I was expecting you to hit me with something severely serious, and I was like, oh boy. And then you hit me with this, and I'm done. Okay, so anyways, not exactly minding my business, and was told that the situation had been resolved with no injury or arrest. Sounds good, that's good. They thanked me for calling it in and told me to have a safe week. So much for that, I thought wryly. What do you mean so much for that? That sounds good. You said yourself, us, that the kid deserves mental care and love. We said that. So why in the fork are we thinking so much for that? I thought wryly. I don't know why I was surprised. That's exactly what should happen. They should look into it and look after everybody, and hopefully no one gets arrested or injured in it, because maybe the parents were keeping the kid inside while the kid was somehow, I mean, they did go and attack the neighbor. There's reason to keep them inside. They were doing responsible stuff. Why they lied to you is a bit weird, but, and no, that's fine. That's the good thing. Like, if you, my lovely viewers, somehow went door to door to somebody, was at somebody's door, I don't know frickin' why, and they were keeping a visibly disabled kid that was violent back in their house, you would be concerned that they attacked somebody, that the parents hurt them as well. That's a problem. And then when they got out and went after somebody else, you would hope that they get looked after. And our paranoid person, I called it, I said that they probably would not have been all like, oh, they deserve love. They probably would have been like, what the fuck is that? But they said that they were, oh, everybody deserves love. And yet now they're like, no arrest, no injuries. Like, that's the good thing. You hope that the mentally ill, the physically disabled, get taken care of without being punished for just being who they are. You hope that they get looked after. What the fuck is wrong with you, us? Currently writing a book where a guy gets attacked by a werewolf. The hospital staff write it off as a wolf attack because their story is going to take place in a state where wolves are very common. Cool. Yeah. I might be missing where the context is relevant to something that I said, but yeah, that sounds good. Yeah. And Hades extremely concerned. Yeah, you should be concerned about it. And they said that they did look after it, even though you thought that they didn't take you seriously. But they said that they did look into it, so you should be glad. Like, What the fuck is wrong with you, us? But anyway, so I don't know why I was so surprised. You can't read a person getting their throat ripped out. Huh? What, where, how, huh? No explanation for that. Oh. Well, yeah, an animal would rip throats out, especially mountain lions. They go for the neck and the back of the skull. Very consistently. I didn't finish the sentence. Oh, okay. I'm lost, and I've got too many strands. I'm gonna go back to the story I'm reading. Sorry, just too much. But okay, so I don't know why I was so surprised. Nothing else in this job or town seemed to make any damn sense lately. Mostly because it's you that doesn't seem to make sense, friend. We are dumb. Mr. Gamblin. Oh my gosh. The story breaks, and it picks back up again. Oh, yeah, that, I don't know. But anyway. Okay, the next thing is, after the emotional toll that the past couple of weeks of events had caused, I won't lie and tell you that I didn't start looking for other employment avenues. Who the hell wouldn't? Well, yeah, duh. But why would you write it as, I won't lie? I don't understand. And also the parts where you tell us, like, when an author switches to include you, there should be some framing device as to why you are talking to us directly. So why are you talking to us directly, and why are you implying that you would lie to us? I don't know what's going on. But anyway. Who the hell wouldn't? Anyway, out of all the places I'd applied to, only one had contacted me back. Maybe I shouldn't have put on my applications that I was currently indirectly working for the government. I don't know. Nevertheless, I was offered a gas station job, one that I was grotesquely overqualified for. Oh, are you so overqualified? You work for the census right now, knocking on doors. I don't think you're that qualified for shit. If you were really overqualified... What the fuck? Okay. Even with my spotty employment history, the manager needed somebody for overnights, and with my current or lack of official job hours, he said it would be the perfect fit. So you're working both jobs is what you're doing. Not that I planned on staying with the bureau. Chandra was right about what she'd said earlier. The world was quite a different place. When did she say that? Oh, she said, yeah, going door to door was difficult. With the way things had progressed, it wasn't safe or wise to go door to door, unwittingly inviting oneself into other people's problems. How did that change over time? Oh my gosh, I'm done. I can't with this. I thought it would be nice. I mean, so many of us were in quarantine for so long. We should feel happy now that we're liberated, so to speak, but sadly people had become more guarded than ever. I showed up to the interview excited to change my, so far, morbid fate. When I spoke to the man named Mike that offered me the gas station job at the BP, he said that the starting pay was $10 an hour. I had to fight bile back down the recesses of my throat when I heard that. You puke at a lot of things, and $10 an hour is kind of a weird thing to puke at, but okay. Like I would have said you'd get angry or shocked or whatever, but vomit, okay. Anyway, it boggled my mind that I was trying to leave a job that paid easily 10 times more than for a lot less work. Working for BP meant I'd bust my ass 40 hours a week just to break even. I couldn't help but ask myself, was it worth it? 10 an hour is definitely not great, no, but the point is that would you vomit? Is that really the response? Oh no, I'm getting paid poorly. What? Like, that's interesting reflex. But then I looked down at my shoes, still stained a pink tinge from the blood that the mattresses had leaked, and the decision seemed easy enough. Yeah, the reason you got paid that much was hazard pay. Broke or not, I'd be safe. The worst thing I'd have to deal with is someone trying to steal beer or tweakers coming in to use the bathroom. I have to tell you, you could still deal with a lot more crazy. If someone's crazy at their house, they could be crazy at your door too. feel like a gas station is still plenty of a liminal place that you could still deal with a lot of danger, guy. But okay. Not even close enough. Yeah, no, it's definitely not enough. They're definitely paid less. I've heard bad. It's awful. But I just don't understand. Like, scream. Get angry. Walk out of the interview. But not vomit is what I was thinking. Like, it just feels like the odd instinct. I feel like the writer has just written too many times that they like bile climbing up their throat. They've written it multiple times at this point. So I'm like, is that just what you like to do? Yeah, as long as it's not nights. Well, we'll see. Okay. My census job would provide me all of the financial security I would need to prepay my next 2 months' worth of bills, then I could quit. At least that was my line of thinking on my first day of training. They had me go to BP's central training store in town and sat me in front of a computer screen all day. I had to watch some videos and read screen after screen of information that should have been good old-fashioned common sense. Like I said before, grossly overqualified. Oh my god, that's just onboarding. It's always make you feel stupid in onboarding. Get over yourself. I hate us. There were tests about age restrictions and money order regulations. The manager on duty, Pam, told me to expect to be there for 8 hours, but I finished everything in 3.5. Yeah, the reason she's saying for you to expect to be there for 8 hours is so that you can get paid for all of it. It's not because it's like, oh wow, you're so smart, it's so fast. It's, hey, if you're really smart, you'll take your time so you can have all of the cushy moment and get paid for all of it instead of less pay. Anyway, Pam seemed pleasantly surprised. Yeah, I don't think that's that. I think she was like, oh, wow, you're not going to take advantage of that? Okay. And asked if I'd like to clock out and go home or stay and work for the rest of the shift. She's trying to give you money, right? Like, it's very directly. Writer recycling this one method of expressing shock and disgust. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I chose the latter gratefully. I worked overnights in my early 20s. I can remember clocking in and always heading straight to the cooler. She looked incredulous, but thankful when I asked if I could take a peek in theirs. In their cooler? And you worked overnights where? Jeez, that whole I'm a little lost what you're trying to do. It does feel like the author is trying. Yes, I said this. I did say this. But anyway, okay. Fine. My job at the bureau had been so full of inconsistencies. I mean, the pay was good, but let's face it, it was still a glorified commission job. Well, yeah. The things I'd subjected myself to during the short time that I'd been there had been traumatizing. My point was the cooler was something I could control, a constant in a world of inconsistencies that my mind was becoming too fragile to handle. What do you mean? Is there working the cooler kind of understanding that I don't get, I think? Okay. The time went by very fast, and my frozen fingers were touching the screen to clock out after what seemed like an extremely short time. Okay, yeah, frozen fingers. Are you sitting in a cooler? Why are you... What's going on? I'm lost. It's a gas station. Why are you inside a... What? Mike called from what was to be my home store and told me to meet him at 5:15 a.m. before the gas station opened at 6 for a final interview and orientation. There weren't enough employees to train me on nights, so most things I had to learn needed to be during the early morning hours. So yeah, we are working night. It is going to be awful. I'm just calling it. And then there's stars, and we pick up. The upcoming sunrise hadn't even begun to flirt with the horizon by the time I pulled up to into the BP. Taking inventory in the cooler. Ah, there you go. Thank you. I was like, huh? My body hated itself for being awake so early. Only one other vehicle graced the unlit parking lot, Mike's Jeep. I recognized it from when I came in for the interview. My arm shook as it reached for the front door handle, only to have it stay in place, jerking my body forward. I tried the other handle with the same result. Maybe he didn't know I was here yet. The screen on my phone told me I was on time. He should have known to expect me. My sleepy knuckles knocked on the glass lazily to no avail. Eerie darkness loomed inside, with the only source of light coming from an area towards the back of the store. I assumed it was Mike's office. I decided to approach the side door of the gas station, only to find it was also locked. However, my view inside was much different from this angle. A crimson sheen overtook the off-white tile flooring. Oh boy. Spreading more by the moment. My eyes followed it to the point of origin, and I gasped in shock. The dirtied, blood-streaked soles of a man's feet were flopped on their sides, presumably lifeless. Dun dun dun! The click of heels resonated throughout the entire inside, reaching me in pert bursts. Someone was coming. I veered off to the side of the door. I knew this. Sorry, I looked ahead because I was like, yeah, this is painfully obvious and uncomfy. Veered off to the side of the door, praying I had enough time to reach the car. I had the corner of the store within my reach. All I had to do was turn it, and my car would be right there. So you did get to the car, and now you're in the car, and you're getting around the store? Okay. My warped rationale and desensitization from last month told me that whoever was inside surely called the police. I'd only be in their way, I told myself. Definitely warped rationale that you think they called the police. Lifeless, like I'm gonna be if I'm late again. No, Frigid, you're not late. I don't keep attendance. Welcome in. This is getting weird. Okay. Oliver Gamblin. The voice froze me in place, not only because I'd been spotted, but because she knew me by my name. Recognition washed over me like goosebumps the second that I saw her face. Chandra. Did I not fucking call it? I instantly held my hands up. Oh my gosh! Not Sven! Not Sven! Thank you for gifting these subs. What the heck? Wow. And then good night? Okay, good night, not Sven. Sven? Well, good night. Eat well. Thank you for gifting those to Death Shed for 19 and Marzakoth. Eat well. Let's drop some money, frogs, for that very sudden bam 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 of the subs. What the heck? And eat well. Oh, thank you for hydrating. I will go ahead and hydrate then. What are those, Turt? Look at that little bird with money. Look at that little boo bird with the backwards hat and the money. Look at him. Ain't that cute? That's adorable. Okay. But alright, yeah, it's Chandra. Of course it's fucking Chandra. I don't know how they're going to imply that all of this is connected and it's all Chandra's fault and whatever the hell this is gonna be, but it feels very sloppy and I don't like it. I instantly held my hands up in defense. Alright, whatever the fuck happened in there was not my fault. Let's start by getting that out of the way right now. Secondly, why are you here? And have you called an ambulance? You said you heard heels inside, and then there was an implication the way you had written it. Oh, no, wait, I had misread it. That's what it was. I had the corner of the store within my reach, and all I had to do was turn it, and my car would be right there. They meant it just had to go around the corner, and then there's the car right outside. So we are on our feet. I thought we were there. The heels, we said, were coming from inside the store. So, like, it's very clear that, like, that wasn't a thing. But I will have to say the door was locked. You would have also heard the unlocking of the door and walking outside. There should have been a couple steps, but yeah, alright. We're dumb if we are not jumping to the thought that she's the reasoning. Seems like we're jumping to the idea that, like, I promise, boss, it wasn't me. But okay. Fucking, alright. Let's start by getting that out of the way right now. Secondly, why are you here? And have you called an ambulance? Have you called an ambulance directly goes against the first part. Hey, that wasn't my fault. And now you're implying that she did get there first and she's calling the ambulance first. She knows you didn't cause it. You just showed up. So, like, what? The logic isn't logicking. She held up a hand to silence me, and as much as that would normally irk the shit out of me, right then I just wanted to know what was going on. It's too late for him, and indirectly, she paused to look me up and down. It's your fault that he's dead. Why is she looking you up and down? Are you trying to imply... It's the heels click. It's the fact that... No, okay. I don't like what they might be trying to imply. There's no logic in bossing say. Okay. It's your fault that he's dead. I just gave you a pay increase. Why on earth would you seek other employment? I was beyond fed up at this point. This was not how I wanted my morning to go. You can't see it, but I'm rolling my eyes. I sought out this job to gain some fucking normalcy in my life, I remarked. What the fuck is this place? What do you mean, what the fuck is this place? The whole point that half of this was doing, you're not in some other town. You never established that you were in some other weird place. You were at home. Your first houses were on the drive from the place back to your house, not far from, like, you're not in a weird place. You're in your own town. This was something that I didn't call out before because I thought maybe we're going to imply, like, these weird streets. But then there was another weird street and another. And now you're implying that it's just everywhere? You live here. What do you mean, what the fuck is this place? You're the one that... Okay, I can't. Well, it appears to be a gas station, she shot back snidely. No, I mean the bureau. You're not at the bureau. This isn't the place. That's a... Oh my god. I've seen so much fucked up shit. People in mattresses, mutilated kids, dead roommates. Like, enough is enough. No job is worth putting my life and mental health in danger. Yeah, some towns are weird, but you're the one that's living in it. You would know it's weird. And yeah, the not putting your life and mental health in danger is something that you could have said a lot sooner. All right. A sharp laugh emitted from her throat, but showed no traces on her lips. I'd have thought it was a nervous tic if not for what she said next. Okay, you can't give me that line of bullshit while reporting for your first overnight training shift at a gas station. One right off the interstate, no less. Do you know how many clerks are killed from robberies and confused addicts? Literally, like, you chose the worst place to go if you want normalcy. That was very clear. Hi, endoplasmic. We just got a free rage puffing. Really, truly. Ugh, okay. And I don't like this next line. What are you trying to make, Chandra? None of this shift has been really, like, paid into. Like, you didn't build this up. You just switched a flip. There was no real building. I could see that that's where you wanted to go just because it's the basic thing. And because you kept implying, and their eyes go dark. Like, okay, that's the sign that something's spooky about them every fucking time. And we could say that it was all paranoia. And if that's the way you want to go, I would want to see that in the end everything was actually normal and you're just paranoid. And isn't that a funny thing? But of course it wasn't going to do that. Eventually we're going to get to the, oh really, it all is fucked up. But like, this is so fucking... I don't like this. And then we're going to have this moment I see. And guess what, Ollie boy? Like, why? Okay. The majority of the robberies, confused addicts, those take place on the night shift. Yes, very true. She sighed slightly under her breath, pausing to take off her blood-soaked gloves and straighten the creases in her blouse before answering me. Well, as you know, your job exposes you to some very strange facts. What do you mean answering me? You didn't ask any question. She was... I'm done. Well, as you know, again... No, that's not... Anyway. Your job exposes you to some very strange facts of the world that had, until recently, remained hidden. My mother always told me I'd attract more flies with honey. The person telling the story was actually crazy. Yeah, I don't... My mother always told me I'd attract more flies with honey. Evidently, that technique doesn't work on you. What do you mean? Mother was wrong. You can get just as many flies with shit. Now, if you're lucky, I can convince my superiors not to terminate your employment. That was it for me. Terminate? You're lucky I don't call the damn cops. I want nothing more to do with your company or the government in general. My hands wildly gestured to the inside of the store. He was a nice guy. He didn't deserve this. I drew my arms to my sides, clenching my hands into fists to stop the tremors of fear quaking through them. So you're recognizing that she killed him, and you're still gonna yell at her like she's not capable? Like, what is going on? The false bravado of my voice was beginning to crack, and I didn't want to appear weak or scared, though I very much felt so at that moment. Chandra nodded sympathetically. That, Mr. Gamblin, is one thing we can agree on. But here we are. I can't have you moonlighting and telling all of our secrets. He could have been telling secrets regardless. He wasn't trapped up. He's talking to the public every day. What the fuck are you talking about? And I certainly can't have you putting in your notice. You sought out a job from us, if you remember correctly. Census season is almost at an end. 3 weeks from now, we will disappear from your life as quickly as we entered it. All you had to do was hold out for 21 more days. Then you'd have been in the clear. Considering the last guy was working there 8 months? Question mark? He would have had census pop up fairly quickly again. I mean, but fine. You haven't told me anything, I shot back. That's true. We were interrupted by a sound that hadn't graced my ears in over a decade. The shrill ring of a payphone. I'd previously disregarded the broken-down payphone station, aka the writer wanted that to be there, but didn't realize they should have written it, and so they written it in this moment, clearly. Just, oh, I should do that now. Like, okay. Assuming it was in non-working order. There had to be, 5 left in the entire state of Florida, if that? I guess we're in Florida. But why payphone? Why not cell phone when this happened? I don't know. Whatever. It's true. They haven't done any secrets. So this whole, we can't have you going telling secrets. What secrets? He doesn't have any answers. He just knows fucked up shit happened. There is no secrets. Chandra, however, was not surprised. She strode over to the phone casually, lifting the receiver to her ear. I couldn't hear the conversation, but it was short and to the point. Thank you, Kyle, she said before hanging up. Now, she began to speak before she reached me, raising her voice over the noise of the wind. You need to come with me back to the office. It's early. No one else will be there, she assured me, as if privacy was on my list of concerns. Hell, the more people, the better at this point. I backed away defensively towards the direction of my car, which was still around the corner in the front lot. That's okay, like I said earlier. Enough isn't... And then he's cut off. My words were cut off as oncoming headlights blinded me. Someone else was pulling up to the store, and for a moment I thought I was saved, so to speak. I looked over at Chandra, expecting to see a look of panic on her face. I thought she'd run around back, duck back into the store, anything other than what she did. I realized just how wrong I was as a man emerged from the truck. It was put into park, but left idling, and for some reason that didn't sit well with me. Jesus. I recognized him as the other employee I'd run into on the street a couple weeks ago, so I did get that wrong. He's not dead. If I'd known the little kid thing, maybe I would have guessed about that, but it does seem that, based on how she was saying it, it does seem that they're trying to imply that people are just doing these things. This is something that just happens. I don't know. We didn't exchange names. By the end of our conversation, neither of us was in the mood for pleasantries. He walked past me. I think they mean in the past, but I don't know. He walked past me as if he didn't recognize me or just didn't care to acknowledge my existence. Either way, I was fine with it. Chandra gently placed one hand on his arm, motioning toward the inside with the other as she whispered in his ear. I watched him go back to his truck and gather a tarp, a bucket, and cleaning products in his arms. She looked back towards my direction, her eyes forming a steely glare. We don't have much time. You need to park your car in the plaza a mile away. I'll meet you there. She didn't allow me to argue before walking around the back, starting her car and driving off. Yeah, I could have taken off in the opposite direction, but these people had all my information. They'd made copies of my driver's license, and so I think it's a bit more relevant that they had killed someone because you went for another job. I feel like that's plenty of a reason that you're not going to just run away from them very easily, but okay. And social security card. They knew where I lived, and sooner or later they'd find me, so I decided to meet with her to put an end to the madness, hopefully. No, you're not going to put an end to the madness. Jesus. Did you know that the average person lies 114 times a day, every day of their life? Seems a little high, doesn't it? Well, I'd been finding out just how accurate that was lately. It was hard to concentrate on any one thing in particular as I drove to the... What the hell was the lying line about? I just threw that line in and then just moved back. It was hard to concentrate on anything in particular as I drove to the main office. Why the lie thing? I'd politely declined Chandra's offer to park at the nearby plaza and ride with her. It made no sense to me. No, you didn't politely decline. She had already driven away. If it wasn't in any impending danger, she should be able to trust me as much as she expects me to trust her. As naive as it may have been on her part, she agreed to let me take my car. Why are you calling her naive? I didn't like earlier little moments. I feel like they're trying to do a very flat female character, and it feels icky, but I'm moving on. As odd as it sounds, I'd never been in a situation where I haven't trusted my employer before. I mean, yeah, sometimes you'd have the occasional sleazeball that pockets the tips instead of splitting them, or goes out to lunch with a friend on the clock. Isn't that not trusting them? But okay. This was something completely life-threateningly different. Okay, yeah, that's fair. This has more plot holes than a crocheted blanket. Yeah. This plot has more holes than more crocheted. Same point. As odd as it sounds, I'd never... No, yeah, I already read that. It's life-threateningly different. We arrived at the lot at the same time, parking in the adjacent spots in unison. She guided me silently to the building and towards the back, an area I'd never been to before. We stopped short at the door near the end of the hall. I smelled the inside of the room well before I saw it. The conference table caught my eye the second Chandra opened the door. An array of food took up more than half of the table. There were 2 pitchers of orange juice and 2 plates sat piled high with scrambled eggs, piles upon piles of bacon and sausage, toast, waffles, muffins, carafes of syrup, you name it. A single covered tray shined in the middle of the table. A smile began forming on my face as I wondered what could be under it. The first one I'd been able to muster around my boss. It fell away the moment I saw the chair at the end of the table. Why are you smiling at breakfast? What the fuck is wrong with us? You're about to die, probably, or be requested to kill people because... What the fuck? But you're just smiling because they're serving breakfast. Fraying strips of silver duct tape crisscrossed over the back of an elegant office chair. I was so wrapped up in what or who could be on the other side of it that I had failed to notice Chandra's voice. What do you mean, on the other side of it? The chair? You mean how they be in the chair? What the fuck do you mean? I don't know how long she had been speaking to me or what exactly it was that she said. So you're just ignoring the person that just murdered someone over you. I hate you so much. Why are you ignoring the person that just murdered someone? Oh my god. You're literally only ignoring her because breakfast. Just kill him, Chandra. Just kill him. I don't like this. I don't like this. This is a creepypasta read. I don't know how long she had been speaking or what exactly it was that she had said, but a kind look had settled into the features of her face. Her hand was outstretched as if to offer me a seat at the lavishly filled table. Her words snapped back into focus after a moment of dreadful contemplation. I said, "Would you like something to eat, Mr. Gamblin?" Was I hungry? I mean, sure, I could eat. It all smelled wonderful, and my body was already reacting to it physiologically. Could you just say that your tummy growled or you drooled? Why do you have to say it like that? I'd love to sit down, fill up a plate to distract myself from the sinister events of late. But that chair. Why have you swapped into... I'd love to sit down. That sounds present tense. This has all been past tense. She continued to eye me suspiciously while I weighed my options. My eyes fell on a towering plate of toast. It looked perfectly buttered, not too much nor too little. Saliva covered my tongue in pools. Yeah, there you go. Sending a feeling of nausea through my stomach while adorning my tongue with goosebumps. Tongue goosebumps? It's the kind of queasiness that results from your stomach eating itself. That's not the technical term for it, but I had a girlfriend in college that called it that. And well, it kind of stuck. You can just say... Why did you have to quantify it like that? I don't like it. Funny the small things that stay with you, like little parting gifts from those we left behind. But that fucking chair! Yeah, you should probably be concerned. Fucking... What is wrong with this man? After an awkward amount of time, I shook my head politely. Chandra asked and shook her shoulders. Chandra shrugged and shook her shoulders. Is that not the same thing? I don't know. Making a comment under her breath. What was that? I asked her, unsure if I really wanted to know what it was she had said. I said it will be helpful to have your stomach empty anyway. What did that even mean? She's gonna fucking kill you. I don't understand this man not realizing the danger he's in and just, like, blatant stupidity. The click of Chandra's heels cut through the silent tension in the room as she strode to the chair at the end of the table. She placed both hands on top of it, pausing to massage the grooves in the leather. Oliver, did you happen to read over our benefits packet? Yeah, I looked through it a little bit. I think it's nice that they cover dental and braces for employees' kids. Why are you being so chill about it right now? Why the hell I said that, I'd never know. I'd always been the type of guy to say stupid shit during times of crisis. I'm glad you recognize it, at least in this case. I told my cousin once that it was a gorgeous day as I hugged her sobbing frame at her father's funeral. I mean no disrespect. Do you mean I meant no disrespect? I just don't know what the fuck to say. Things just pop out. Oh, yeah, I mean no disrespect. Well, then you know that one of the procedures that we cover is weight loss surgeries, mainly stomach stapling and gastric bypass. We want the best for our employees and their families. Why are we taking this left turn? Her smile showed me that she was truly proud of that fact. We help save lives in our world as we know it. What the fuck does that? I stammered before being interrupted. A very large part of what we do here relies on discretion. Understand that I'm not accusing you of anything, but you've had a lot of questions. He hasn't questioned anything until he directly saw you kill someone. He hasn't had a lot... I can't with all these disconnected pieces, plot holes, and bullshit. Thankfully for both of us, you've saved those questions until we've had a chance to speak. What? Another man in your position may have taken less professional measures. As a reward for this, I'm letting you be behind the scenes just this once. While we're in this room, I must have complete control, she continued callously. That means no matter what happens here, you mustn't intervene. I'm so Her almond-shaped eyes stared at me expectantly until I nodded in agreement. The weight on the other end of the chair made it groan morosely as she turned it around. What do you mean? Oh, so the chair had been... It said it was an office chair. It was at the other side. The other side of the chair. I don't think it said that the chair was turned away so we couldn't see who was in it. It said we saw tape on the arms, I thought. So I don't quite get this, but... Oh my gosh. Only time where the hero is so incompetent, you actively want them to be murdered. Really, I do. Also a bit of a dick with some of his self-importance at moments. Like, the giant red flag of, they're probably stupid. I should go down this street anyway. What? Anyway. But okay, so... For whatever fucking reason, Chandra is letting this in, which is unreasonable and ridiculous. But there's a giant breakfast, and I don't know what's happening. But now we're turning around the office chair, I guess, to see something. The weight on the other end of the chair made it groan morosely as she turned it around. What met me on the other side of it was something I didn't know what to make of, other than knowing I didn't want to be any part of it. A man slumped limply in the chair, barely being held in place by the rope. His skin was bloated and pale, but the faint rise and fall of his chest let me know he was alive. "This is Joel Richardson," she began. "He's been with us for the past 2 years." Then why would we, Mr. Gamblin, think that just 21 days and then we never have to worry about it? Like, another plot hole. He's been with us 2 years. We recently discovered some very alarming things on his cell phone. Company file pictures, screenshots, and the like. Obviously, we can't have that happen. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about the information that's out there, but at least we can eliminate the source. Source? I retorted. This is a human being, Chandra. This man has a life, a home, bills. I trailed off. Bills. Is that supposed to make her not want to kill him? The fact that he has bills and a house? Also, you don't know if he's homeless. Shut up. But, like, what the fuck? This man pays money. Don't kill him. What? I trailed off, feeling defeated and not knowing what else to say. You're very bad at this. As always, my boss had an answer for everything. Well, you shouldn't be challenging her in the first place. What the hell's wrong with you? But okay. You're right, he does. Now imagine throwing all of that away just to share a picture. Just to share a picture. Joel knew every bit of the consequences before he performed his actions. No, he probably didn't. This is insane. Just because you work for the census does not mean that you should get killed for sharing a screenshot. We don't even know what this... I don't... No, he doesn't know the consequences. Oh my gosh. My sympathies ended the same time his disregard for the company did. Is this a company or the Bureau? I wanted to call it out before because he said company or the government in total, but why the fuck is this called a company? I don't know. I don't know that part about the census. That could be a normal thing, but I don't know if that's right. Again, it feels like this is too monotonous a thing to be getting details wrong on. The suspension of disbelief does not exist here. The man roused as she said this, almost as if he knew he was the topic of conversation. He probably fucking did from, you know, her saying his name. She said his name. Oh my gosh. I had to yell. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. The man roused as she said this, almost as if he knew he was talking. Almost as if. His face went pallid and his eyes bulged with fear at the sight before him. He began to sputter out questions, starting a new one before he'd finished the last. Yeah, he's kind of freaking out, and he knows that no answer is going to be right. Because in the position you're in, you're done. Like, what do you mean? I could tell Chandra was becoming more annoyed with each one. That's enough now, she snapped. He stilled at her command, but only slightly. We just picked Joel up from the hospital, and he needs to eat, she said aloud to no one in particular. Why was he in the hospital? Is this the, gastric bypass information that was relevant? Because she had said that before, and I thought we were about to go down a very different line. Thought she was going to tell us that we're fat and we should get bypass surgery. Because we got so hungry at the breakfast. I thought she was going to insult us for how we like food. I really thought that that's where it was going to go. But I guess it's to torture Joel, who maybe is big or just had his gastric bypass. But I don't know why he was in the hospital. I don't fucking know. Okay, here we go. He needs to eat, she said to no one in particular. Chandra picked up a steaming spoonful of eggs, making an airplane noise as she guided it to his lips. She shoved them in just as he opened his mouth to reply. What the fuck? Her movements were gentle and affectionate during the first portions. She fed each overloaded bite to him as if he was her starving infant. Is all of this just because he saw woman must be mommy? Is this why? Is this why you wrote this? I don't like it. Stop. Stop. Insert that meme here for me, please. Okay. Yeah, like he was a starving infant, wiping the corners of his mouth lovingly between bites. Joel began squirming at the second helping of eggs, biscuits, bacon, sausage, toast, and second carafe of orange juice. And who wouldn't be? Even for a bigger guy, that was a hell of a lot of food. But something that she'd said earlier rang in my mind, becoming too loud for me to ignore. As if we hadn't... As if we hadn't just heard this, and obviously been thinking about it the whole time, wondering why the fuck it was bothered to be said. Anyway, writer says, oh, it's too loud for me to ignore. I just remember. Oh my god. She'd said weight loss surgery and gastric bypass. And yeah, this, I'm a what? I'm a what? Am I? I thought I'm not classified because I can, yes, I can, you raven? What? Huh? I thought I'm not because I have not been captured, but okay. I'm gonna keep going with this insanity though. The guy has returned to his OneNote that we always use. Vomit protruded past the piece of bacon she'd just jammed in his mouth, spraying himself and the table before him. Constantly doing this, constantly doing this. Please, he pleaded. Shut your damn mouth, Joel, Chandra replied coldly as she shoved a rolled-up pancake into his mouth. Gobs of syrup ran down his chin, mixing with the sick already plastered to his stinking face. At this point, he attempted to turn away from her, refusing to eat another bite. If she'd just had him picked up, then his digestive system would still be healing. Was still healing. If she weren't careful, his stomach would burst. And he'd turn septic. Why are you saying it like that? It's very clearly what she's intending to do to him. Why are we doing this? Why are you spoon-feeding us that she's hurting him? It's very fucking clear. Although there was a good chance that he'd choke on his food before getting to that point. Yeah. I am a dear woman. I am a dear woman. But don't tell any of the Foundation folkers. I'm just a human, I promise. No, but I'm a deer lady. I'm a deer woman. Not just a deer. Definitely not. That's not how that works. But go look at the deer woman stuffs. All right. Cleansing his jaw in her hands, she forcefully opened it wide, filling it with speckled vomit eggs and steaming sausage gravy. Joel hatefully spit it out in her face. Eat! All caps, she bellowed with I'm not gonna do a big voice, veracity that made me cringe all the way at the other end of the elongated table. You should have been cringing this whole time. Why does that line feel like he's like, ew, aggressive woman, when like she's actively killing someone, has just killed someone, and she's very clearly gonna, I can't with this guy. Oh my god. Anyway, oh my god. Also, she should just kill him. Why is this the way it's going? I don't like any of this at all. I had just settled into, I don't care, I'm detached, but I felt feelings again. I'm sorry. It seemed to grow longer each time that I stared at it. The elongated table, I guess he means. Sweat and tears of terror burned raw trails through the vomit encrusted on his fluffed cheeks as he cried out in protest. Chandra uncovered the single metal tray, unveiling a line of syringes. They were filled with a thick, clear substance. Whatever was inside, Joel seemed to know exactly what it was. Invigorated by the adrenaline of fresh fear, he thrashed wildly in his seat. Chandra chuckled as it swiveled back and forth uncooperatively, its heels repeatedly slamming into the plush carpeted floor. So we are in a swivel chair, yeah. My lungs melted with dread. Your lungs melted with dread? I have never heard that. I don't... Okay. Interesting imagery, though. Causing me to choke on what little saliva I could produce as she plucked one from the tray and walked towards Joel. My boss tore at his shirt with malicious annoyance. Why are we saying that? The number of times he said my boss, it just feels another layer of uncomfy. Tore at his shirt with malicious annoyance until the fabric fell away, revealing a puffy red mess of small incisions that had become too irritated to heal. There shouldn't be a bunch of incisions. Like, doctors, they shouldn't have to do a bunch of incisions. And why they're red when the irritation is coming from inside feels another plot hole, but I don't know. And become too irritated to heal, they had just been done. We just picked him up for the hospital. So not like... Maybe they meant injections? No, when his shirt came off, it reveals a puffy red mess of small incisions. So it wouldn't be small injections either. It's revealing your shirt. She's not like doing a bunch of injections. The shirt came off and it reveals the small incisions that become too irritated to heal. Plot hole, the point is. She raised her hand high, pausing before plunging the needle into his stomach. Her hand shook with exertion as she forced the viscous liquid through the small opening in the needle. She repeated the process 2 more times before I jumped up to stop her. What? Why are you jumping up at all? She is threatening. She's killing somebody. Why the fuck do you think that you were going to stop her? She's murdering people. Do you really have that little awareness? Do you really think yourself so much better? And why? But why after 2 injections? Why did it take you that long if you don't like it? And not just after 2 injections. After 2 injections, after revealing of injections, after he's been killed with, or like hurt with the stuff, like it fucking, what the fuck? Chandra waved a full syringe in my face as I approached her. Do you want one too? You may not have diabetes, but that just means you'll die slower, she snapped. Corn syrup is very bad for the body. So that's what she's injecting. That's fun. I don't know how he knew that it was corn syrup, but, Jesus Christ. Okay. I raised my hands to concede. Returning to my place at the end of the table, sure, I could have overpowered her. Maybe. Kill him. Kill him right now. Kill him right now. Sure, I could overpower her. Maybe. But I let her do it. Fuck this guy in so many different angles. Oh my gosh. But the sad fact was I'd always been terrified of needles. Yes, you're not doing this right now because you're scared of needles. And that's sad. I hate him. I hate him. It's not that his protagonist's energy isn't enough. It's just general awful. I'd always been terrified of needles, and a struggle would provide too many opportunities to get jabbed. Yeah, 'cause you definitely would never be. Oh my god. A cacophony of guttural body sounds ripped through him like a puddle of his waste, ripped through him as a puddle of his waste began to accumulate on the floor. Whatever appetite I'd had when I first walked in had disappeared along with this man's dignity. You didn't lose it when he vomited on all the food? Sure. Okay. I'd suspected she was going to kill him, but hearing her say it out loud made the situation, the danger, all the more real. 'Cause you're a complete idiot that has not recognized that this is just obviously... Oh my god. Joel had thankfully lost consciousness by now. His body likely settling into the early stages of shock. Chandra stared into my eyes triumphantly. Do we understand each other, Mr. Gamblin? I numbly agreed as I stood from the table. You've been sitting, oh my god, at the table the whole time. She smiled, straightened her blouse, and motioned for the exit door. Have a great work week, Mr. Gamblin. We value all that you do here. In my panic and trauma, I'd opened the wrong door. Of course I did, right? Because that's how my life went. Awkward shit was always happening to me. Why are you writing it like you're just a quirky little dude? No! I want to punch you so bad. Not only that, but now death seemed to follow me like a moonlit shadow. Anyway, the door I'd opened led to Chandra's office. It wasn't much, but when she'd found out about Joel's release, she must have rushed out pretty fast. A stack of files lay open on her desk. I pulled out my phone to take pictures of them, but after seeing what had just happened, I decided against it. Why is your first instinct, before you've even read files, to take photos of them? That's just writing as if... No one would choose that first. We get it that you're, oh no, that was so spooky. Except you've never been scared of this woman consistently because you're an idiot. Oh my god, I can't with this writing. Against my or any better judgment, I grabbed a handful, stuffed them into the inside of the jacket, and left the building, taking the correct door this time. My question is, when you open the door, did she see you open that door? Was she watching you do this whole time? You didn't describe that we went through the right... that's... Oh my gosh. I'm just imagining that it's directly off of this office meeting. He's opened her door instead of the door next to it that's like a leave the building door, and then done all this fully in her view. Because it didn't describe anything better about it. Okay, last 4 sentences. I can make it. It's 4 sentences. I can make it. The fear of my actions consumed me the moment I was out of the parking lot. If Chandra found out, surely I'd be killed. ... or worse. I just needed to stay safe, hide out somewhere until I could read it over. Again, you didn't even read them and you stole these things because you're a dumbass? This information may have won me a small battle. What fucking information? You didn't get any information. But the war on humanity still raged strong. What in the Jesus Christ is that? Also, the idea that she went from, we have to protect our people, to this. Inconsistent. Like, No. I'm giving this a 1. I hate this. You needed to be taken down a peg. You were very bad. You were very, very bad. Who the hell voted for you? It was bad. No. I wish it didn't average out to 5.50. That's bullshit. You need to be at 0. I want to vote again. I want to vote 5 times. After this stream, it's just gonna be ... Raven has fucking died, for she had never seen such bullshit before. Yeah. Yeah. The scariest part of all of Spooktober. That someone chose to write that. I don't want to be mean to stuff, but like half of that writing, especially as we've clocked it as double space after a period boomer writing, comments on, I don't know if you, I clocked a lot of comments about these days littered amongst this as if, oh, it's all gone to shit. Things used to be better. Fuck you and fuck that. You didn't even say what really actually was worse and better besides, like, you can't go door to door anymore, which isn't exactly, like, what? So that was icky and awful. And then the self-importance oozing out of this. And then there was moments where it would have, like, the little irrelevant, isn't that interesting kind of things, and they were just so weird. Like, there were ones that at least connected, like the bit of, it's the kind of sick that you get from your stomach eating itself. And then it transitions to, which isn't technically accurate, but it's something that my girlfriend used to tell me, and, it's stupid, but I still do it. Isn't it funny how we do things from other people? And, you know, like, it rambled into that kind of line of thought. And that's a sweet thought to have whenever you have that, of like, isn't it funny all the little ways that we carry other people with us? But not the fucking time for that, weirdo. And then there was the ones that didn't connect at all. There was the one line that was like, did you know people lie 114 times a day? I was beginning to learn this in the middle of my boss is pulling me in to be killed. Like, if that line was meant to be at a different part, like if it was supposed to be at the start of part 2, like, oh, I've been talking to people more and more doing the census and I'm seeing more and more people lie. That makes sense, but what the fuck? And it is clear that they never actually clarified. Yeah, no clarification on the child possibly killing people, definitely, but they never clarified why the census is hurting people, what even secrets Chandra feels the need to protect. Definitely not what information you've stolen, why you've stolen. You just took stuff despite being directly threatened, which is just the stupidest fucking thing. Like, I get it if it's like, okay, they clearly don't want this out. Maybe you're doing the big brain of, they don't want this out, I need to get this out, and then things will be safe. Of course, that could be a thing, but you didn't even read anything. You just grabbed and ran. This could have been the most benign thing that you grabbed, and it's useless. But you say here at the last sentence, this information may have won me a small battle. No, there is no battle. You lost. If you want to consider this a battle, you definitely lost. Or at least didn't win, because, like, I guess you're not dead, that's something, but, like, no, my guy, you're fully under their boot. There's no change in that. And war on humanity? Are you implying Chandra's not human? What? What the fuck was the mattress stuff? I thought maybe they were going to go along the lines of, like, oh, there was... when we saw the kid, maybe that's something that's been happening elsewhere. And if you're just trying to say that, like, going door to door, you see how fucked up humanity really is, you can say that. There are ways to say that. This was just, like, a half-baked, Oh, sorry you have to go, Darkstorm. Eat well, take care. Last thing you want to steal from a company that literally just murdered someone. Yeah, literally for stealing something. And they tried to say, like, I I pulled up my phone to take pictures of the files, but after seeing what had just happened, I decided against it. And also, like, the way that it was like, in my panic and trauma, I'd opened the wrong door. Of course I did, right? Because that's how my life went. Awkward shit is always happening to me. No. Get out with this half-assed attempt at, I'm just quirky. No. No. I can't with this. I'm just quirky. No, you consistently choose stupid-ass things, have thoughts that contradict how you were just thinking clearly, like, so wrong. The moment with the kid is the most relevant thing to me. How paranoid you were to how, like, oh, I don't know, right after is so fucking... Stealing it is better than taking... But yeah, she's definitely not going to notice that there's files gone. What? And you didn't even see what it is, and you just take it, you just... Like, when you see that you've gone to her office, you either decide in that moment to run away or snoop. You don't take the time to pull out your phone to take photos of everything and then just steal after that. And because, like, if you decided, no, I shouldn't do that, I should put my phone away, and then steal it, what the... No. And it was very clear that this Chandra was written, like, it feels like it's trying to be tropes not paid outright and still very one-dimensional to, like, separately one-dimensional, not even connected to like, you could pretend that it's two-dimensional. She was so being nice, and then to this, and so I'm like, I can't. I'm trying to improve my writing skills, so listening to you rant about why shit stories are shit makes them worth it so much. Well, I hope that means that you're learning, and I'm definitely not an authority, but, like, something that is pissing me off, you gotta know that might piss somebody else off as they're reading a story. The stuff that I liked reading, I mean, I made it pretty evident when I was like, let's read this author again, was the kind of, if you're gonna do something that feels out of this world or feels like you can't pay it off, if you're gonna do any kind of artistic thing that you feel like could be really, really serious, but you're not gonna be able to pull it off, you gotta commit, left, right. You either put in all of the effort, time, money, everything to get it really nicely done, take it really serious, do all the research, take every step very seriously, or you go the other direction and you make it stupid. You lean and you're like, yeah, because that's what that is. You invoke suspension of disbelief right off the bat. If you go with something cartoony and lean into cartoony, the rest of that effort of, like, okay, well, that doesn't actually look right, or that doesn't sound like quite how that would realistically go, as long as you've put in enough of a tone that says, don't take me seriously, or, hey, it's not real, if you've got even just enough of that, you can elevate just to that suspension of disbelief. Please join me on this journey. And the people that don't trust you on that don't quite get that. You know, there's people that don't have the whimsy that you needed for that, but typically that it works. Like, if you see a child's play versus a Broadway show kind of a thing, there are things that the kids will get away with that you can still, like, could still get emotionally invested in, even though they're wearing cardboard, because, like, you've suspended your disbelief. Okay, the props are going to be shit. The costumes are going to be shit. Lean into it. The stuff with old shows when they had crap budget and monsters were just aluminum foil and somebody's cat wearing a hat kind of a thing. Like, you can still get away with it as long as you don't try and go too serious on things. And yeah, some of the exact lines, I don't know how to describe any better than that, but this is something. Or stringed puppets. Yeah, puppets work. I like puppets. but it's just a lot. And so with the writing, when you elevate it to silly, or you have some of the silly right off the bat in the personality of your narrator, then you can get away with the left turns into silly. But you're not totally blocked off from the right turns into serious, as long as you respect kind of multi-layer stuff. I don't know how else to word that. But in this case, I think our person, like our narrator, Mr. Gamblin, in part 1, it was formatted slightly different. They never had any stars. I think it seems to me like they had written one part and then got to the second part. And that might be why some of the Chandra is disjointed. But, the clear thought that I want to make her the villain, obvious from get-go. But also the way that we described ourselves changed pretty quickly. When we swapped over, it felt weird. And to say that it's only a week difference when you've got that, let's hit them with some silly icebreaker questions. That, you could have really paid that off by saying, we've been here a while. I've gotten really into this. I've gotten numb to how stupid and weird the world is. Literally, I think this whole second part could have been elevated a fair deal if we committed to, I've been working here for months now. Or it's the second year of me doing this. I think that could have really elevated it. But that's in our narrator's energy coming into some of these things. And why we feel numb to things, and also why we are like, maybe actually I should leave. But some of the things are I don't see how they come out. There's too many plot holes. There's too many character holes, because they're not character flaws. It's a built-in character flaw if they have a thing, but this is a character hole where they contradict their being that we know them to be. Chandra did it to a tiny degree, but we did it, Mr. Gamblin, a fair deal. And just so much stupidity, but written in a way that they're supposed to be so smart. And if the author was trying to do if the author was trying to do the kind of unreliable narrator thing, there were too many moments where we were trying to connect personally, for me personally, to catch up on that being intentional. But maybe they were trying to do that. I mean, that's something. There were definitely lots of still things where there were cool moments. I think weirdly relying on bile traveling up their throat. That being a trope in this story is a bit odd, but it's a thing. I might ask you to critique my writing if I can come up with something worth sharing, but please be this brutally honest. Well, I'd be a little scared to be that brutally honest, but I would also find it difficult for you to get this bad. I will say my biggest red flag with almost every story is, can you write genders as people across the board? Because Chandra was crap. They did Chandra bad. Heels clicking and then turning into this. It felt awful. You had a chance to make Chandra pretty built up, and it felt, just you didn't pay off at all with her. You didn't build her up. And the few things that we did spend time to get out of detail of Chandra was stereotypical or icky implication. It's not exactly sexist stuff, no, but it's it tips. It's little tiny things that put together that tell me you don't know how to write women. And it's not like it's just write a person. Because my other thing with a lot of these creepypastas, just about all of them, we've been men. We've been a narrator that is a man. And so I'd love for people to consider, write them all as if men, and then, oops, swap gender. It's that easy. For most of it. Most, not all. Most of the writing of them. You just put a person any gender should be able to be stapled onto them. Similarly with most instances with the character, especially in Scary Story, where we don't need to know skin color or gender. Maybe we need to know physical abilities as we're running or fighting or something, maybe, but probably not even that. That is how you write it. You just write a person, and none of the rest of it needs to be relevant. Not a piece of it is relevant. So just write and go. But I'd also say, consider it's kind of a fun project, and it's very much an actor's perspective. I like thinking about it that way. Imagine yourself in every character in your story. Now, there's some things that you gotta do. I mean, you know, it's very much role-play moments, but, like, if if this was your character in D&D, what would they choose to do? But for every character, like, this villain was just crap, because who the fuck is choosing these things? It feels unhinged, and unfortunately, so was our main character. All of the choices were ridiculous. But if you're thinking about, oh, what would their choices be through the story if this was their point of view? If you can kind of do that, and then that's also an easy way to, like, if you're getting stuck on a scene or something, maybe you're like, what if I look at it from this person's perspective? What would they choose to do? And then that might propel something that they do that would force the next character. Like, you can kind of play around with the different, and that makes it really easy to not write them wrong. Like, it easily makes them a little bit more multifaceted and all of that. Shit, I can't write gender at all. I just put it out of my mind and focus entirely on making them a well thought out character. It's how you write gender, 1000%. I'd say something to keep in mind with character writing is the importance of world building and how the culture of your world defines your characters. Yeah, for sure. Specifically with his creepypasta things, it's really easy to just be like, okay, it is modern day, real time, or maybe a different time, but it's very real, but what if spooky in real? And then you go from there. And so if you just write yourself and then afterwards change name, change thing, you'll get somewhere. Or you're like, what if I pretended to be my insert family member? And then you can kind of think about it that way. Oh, I'm this person now. And it's pretty direct. None of the descriptions, the specifics about you or your family member that you're trying to write from the point of view are typically necessary in the spooky stuff. But with the broader story building, yeah. Why did that girl just leave a dead body in the store? No, she didn't. She called whoever his name is. But then the funny part is that they were like, I didn't know his name. But she had just been on the phone with someone and said, yes, Kyle. So he's probably fucking Kyle. It's not hard. It's right there. She just said it. Anyway, I'm going to assume that it was Kyle that showed up. Kyle showed up with a bucket and stuff and was supposed to be in charge of cleaning up the gas station job manager person. Relevant example of that being that a character's gender doesn't define them, but if the culture of their world tells them that they have a certain kind of person on account their gender, then that would affect their define. Exactly. If there is a context where this requires that kind of thing, then sure. But if that context is not there, if that culture is not there, then it doesn't matter. Depending on the nature of the character, I mean, some characters would defy that culture. Yeah. Probably throw a ton of stories at you. I'm going to test my character writing skills here. Why not? We can do that. And if you'd like for me to read them without telling everybody it was by you, then we can do that. I've had people had me read their stories before. And we've got a few poems by Turt, I think. I've got poems that I need to read soon too. But, you know, poems during the spooky times, that's not the time for this. So I'm going to be reading other stuff soon. Typically, I read it and I'm happy with it. That's it. Because, yeah, I usually don't say much unless it's, like, super exciting to me or, like, okay, no, that's a problem. I can't pretend anymore kind of moments. Because the other thing is that if something hits me wrong, well, that might just be a different choice. You know, I just don't know that. But if 5 things pile up that are all like, what the fuck, then it's clearly a problem. But okay, all of that conversation done. I'm glad we had our little chat after, though. That's nice. We're going to jump into our triggers finally. There's been a whole collection. I see this hydrate. That's not Sven. Not Steven, but I always do that. Not Sven. Gave me. I just did again. I think I did it before, but I did it again. So we'll have comb, page flip, singing frog, humming, page flip again, brushes, 2 page flips again. My God. And we'll probably jump into one of the ones you recommended. I think that would be a good move. Instead of a random story next. Just 'cause I'm wiped. I don't want another shitty story. I want a story that someone's already read and appreciated. Someone has already done the vetting for me. I don't want to have to rage puff. Ugh. 'Cause I don't like insulting an author. Probably they're very good, but the real reason that I'll get upset, or they're very good for trying. That's the important part, is that you're trying, you're practicing. But when they are self-important like that, you're a dick. I don't like it. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, thank you guys for being so... I like to think I know a few things about writing. And I like to think that you guys are all very supportive and interested in trying out all the cool things. So I appreciate that you confirmed that with this little chat. It's very nice. Thank you. Thank you, both of you. Alright, let's move on to the triggers. Let's get free of all the chaos of that terrible writing. I assume... What the heck? Combing? No. Comb twig. Come on. Every time this dumb there. We'll jump into this. It'll be nice. I've been working on my own animated story, so it's something I've looked into a lot. Yes, you've been talking about your animation. I'm very intrigued. Okay. There we go. Comb twig. Here's our comb twing, and we'll jump to our first page flipping. Little book. And a big fluffy book. was our page flipping. And now it's singing frog time. We'll pull out Herbert. Herbert. Come here, wooden man. Watch out. There was our Herbert singing along. Now I've got humming, more page flipping, and brushes. I'll go ahead and start humming. I'm not sure if I'll do page flipping right now because I just did it, but I'll do humming right now. There we go. shanties, fun sea shanties. I had extra time because I just felt like it. And that is a very cute little dancy owl. I love him. The little lady is nice too, of course. But I mean, an owl wearing headphones? I'm in. I'm so in. Fetch emotes are great. Okay. I'm gonna do brushes. Let's do that. And I think y'all know what's coming. You know how this goes. Gonna take this off. Little fluff. You're naked. Okay. And it's coming back on, so there might be a bonk. Oh, no bonk. But there you go. The mic is no longer naked. Yay. Alright. Let's see. What did the next ones be? Versus. For whatever reason, this seems to be like a different creepypasta thing. Like, the formatting is very different. I've been spared the wrath of another bonk. Yes, thankfully. I tried to look it up on the version that I've got, which doesn't have ads pop up like this. But, oh well. I'm not too mad. It's just that it's gonna be all squashed. A little bit funny to read. But we're gonna jump in on a couple of recommended creepypastas. Oh, it's readable. It's just like it's my frickin' voice. I gotta do a bunch of coughs. It's just that it's like it's got a bar of ads on the side, so it's all skinny. But it's the same creepypasta. The funny thing is that I tried to look it up in my creepypasta, which, okay, so like here's the thing. The one that you had links to has a little skull logo, and mine has a little circle with an X through. And that's the one I use. But when I searched the ones that you were recommending in there, it didn't show up. So it's kind of funny. It's a little bit weird. It's all messed up. Yeah. Fet, you've got affiliate? Congrats! Oh my gosh. Good. Other mods, we need to talk. We need to do something for Fet. Fet definitely didn't hear me. No, Fet didn't hear me, I'm sure. Okay. No, that's great, Fet. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm going to prep for this one though. It's The Devil's Jaws. Which, spoopy. Let's write that down. And pull up the right stuffs. Yeah, we do? I mean, Fet, we're not talking about anything right now. Close your ears. We've got the little hear no frog, which I love that I did that and that's what it looks like, but also he look he look like he's just feeling himself. Like every time I'm like, he's just going, put his hands down his face. It's not what he's doing. He's closing his little ears, but it's so silly. Okay, so the Devil's Jaws. Now reading. There will be lots of scrolling. Forgive me if I lose my place. I suppose when I say Noroi Gakotsu, I don't know this. Most of you would guess I was talking about some exotic delicacy, or maybe some holiday resort in the Far East. You'd be dead wrong. No, I think it's something Japanese, but that's as far as I've got. A Noroi Gakotsu is a very nasty object that has been part of Japanese folklore for centuries, maybe even millennia. Bada bing, bada bonk. Let's adjust. Please keep reading. I know that folklore, especially folklore from a completely foreign culture, bores a lot of people to snores. Well, hopefully not us, since that's exactly what I read sometimes. But okay. I can assure you I'm no fan either. Well, then you suck. Get out. But please believe me when I say that it's essential that you read this and understand that what Noroi Gakotsu are and how they work. As best it can be translated, Noroi Gakotsu means devil's jaws in English. According to Japanese tradition, a Noroi Gakotsu is made of two thin boards of wood, one upon the other, that are bound together on one side with either a strip of leather or a length of twine, so that the boards can be opened and closed like a book or a set of jaws. A certain spell is then written upon the boards to give the object its dark powers. Basically, so long as they knew the magic words, anybody could make one from household objects. Yeah, I agree, Mask. I agree. Noroi Gakotsu were used to strike a bargain with something they called Kofuku Oni-kun. Kofuku Oni-kun. I half know my pronunciations with Japanese, but I don't really. Which I'm told means he who pays for his food with good luck. Okay. Don't be fooled, though. Even though the name might sound benevolent, Kofuku Oni-kun was regarded as a cruel, evil creature and was greatly feared. He was believed to have sway over the forces of luck, and a person could request him to turn a near certain failure in their future into a glorious victory by writing what they wanted upon a piece of paper and placing it inside a Noroi Gakotsu. But there was also a catch. Yeah, I imagine something becomes his food since he's giving good luck on whatever the thing is. Oh, thank you. Anything with Oni in it does not sound benevolent. Okay. Kofuku Oni-kun would only honor the request if you nominated your payment for his services on the top of the message, and the only payment he would accept was the life of someone you held dear. Ooh. It had to be someone you truly cared for, though not necessarily a family member. Could also have been a close friend. If you named someone who you didn't care for, or even if someone you actually wanted to die, someone the Kofuku Oni-kun would know, and the wish wouldn't be granted. Somehow they would know, and you wouldn't be granted. But if the Kofuku Oni-kun approved of the nominated payment, Kofuko Oni-kun approved of the nominated payment, then the person who made the wish would be blessed with the best possible luck in whatever manner they'd asked for the Kofuku Oni-kun to help them with. After that, the nominated victim would mysteriously disappear almost entirely without a trace. The worst part of the story is that after it had claimed its price, the Kafuko Onikun would leave a souvenir, in quotes, outside the front door of the person who made the wish. Hold on, my brain's spelling a little bit. Oh yes, they would leave a souvenir. Sometimes it was the victim's bloody clothing, or some other personal effect, but more often than not, it was part of the victim's remains. Some people believe that it did this to traumatize the person who had made the wish, to remind them of the terrible fate they'd placed upon their loved one. Others apparently think that it was more like the Kafuku Onikun leaving a receipt behind for the person who made the wish. Receipt, in quotes. Acknowledging that it had received its payment and that their business was concluded. That's what I assumed. Oh, my tummy's growling. Either way, making a Noroi... no, my brain. A Noroi Gakotsu and striking a bargain with Kafuko Onikun were forbidden practices in Japan, punishable by death. So once the deal was done, the person who had committed the crime would usually destroy all the evidence, the Noroi Gakotsu, and whatever traces of the victim had been left upon their doorstep. Even if you are into old monster legends, I'm sure you're probably just reading this and thinking that it's just some old superstitious hokum. Well, a few days, hell, probably even a few hours ago, I would have agreed with you. But not anymore. I can't tell you too much about who I am or how I know what I know. What I can tell you is that I have connections in the missing person turned homicide investigation of a teenage boy somewhere in the Midwest of the United States. Okay. About a year ago, in the lead up to Halloween, there was this meme going around with a picture showing the top of a skeleton. The skull, neck, and shoulder blades. People would forward it on with MMSs, tweets, and the like with simple messages like Happy Halloween or Boo, etc. You might have gotten one yourself. Eventually, the meme found its way to somebody with a bit of knowledge about anatomy, and they realized that the skeleton in the picture was awfully realistic. They reported it to law enforcement, but it would be weeks before the report made it through the bureaucracy to a medical examiner who verified the image did indeed warrant some investigation. Just because there's a picture of anatomically correct or not plastic skeleton doesn't mean that that's an investigation, because the message has been shared. If there's someone else in the photo that shows that it's like someone with it, like, is that how that would go? Because, like, anyone could have taken that photo. Similar, there could be any reason there's a dead body in that living room. You don't know shit, kind of thing. Is that how that would go? Anyway. The ME was convinced that the skeleton was indeed the genuine article, but of a particular concern to her was the pinkish tone of the bones, and the trace amounts of what appeared to be blood and flesh still on it. Okay, well how fresh it is, that is concerning. How did no one else find that upsetting? Okay. What also concerned her were a series of scrape marks that could be seen on the bones when the photo was examined at high resolution. They appeared to encompass the entire skull, and the ME's opinion was that these were made when the flesh was stripped off the body by something with very sharp and very hard teeth. There seemed to be no legitimate reason for a photo like this to be circulating among the public. Law enforcement determined that it was either a leaked crime scene photo or evidence to an as-yet undiscovered crime. The fact that they're not clean bones, yeah, that goes ahead and said that that's a problem. They considered that the photo might have been taken by some callous private citizens, read asshole kids. I like that. I like you, author, for putting that in. Who'd found a dead body, photographed it, published it online, and never reported it to the cops. Yeah, it could have been. Even more disturbing was the possibility that the photo was published by the psycho who had done this and wanted the world to admire his handiwork. Well, hiding it in a meme suggests that they want it to feel like it's a secret. Like a hidden Mickey kind of thing. I feel like it's worth investigating, but I just don't think they'd find much in this case. Yeah, I think in my brain I'm thinking when it's clean bones, it's not worth it. When it's still bloody, no, that's worth it. It's kind of the thing of like, is it old or is it not? Basically, because old does not imply, like, it could have been any kind of death, but when there's blood on it, it implies some violence. So yeah, okay. The trouble was that we had only one photo to go on, which made it really hard to determine whether or not the photo was even related to an active or solved case. The EXIF data, the data buried within the JPEG file, that data buried in the JPEG file that detail where the photo had come from, what camera had taken it, when it had been taken, etc., had all been wiped clean, which isn't hard to do if you know what you're doing. All we had to go on was the photo itself. I won't bore you with the technical details, but suffice to say that the computer forensics techs made a thorough sweep of the National Crime Scene Photo Database and determined that the photo didn't pertain to any case in the digital archives. Several other analyses were run on the photo, but the one that paid off was the facial recognition simulation, a piece of software that scans the photo of the skull and determines what the guy would have looked like when he was still alive. Eventually, we were able to match the reconstructed face to an active case file out of state. The skull belonged to a teenage boy, let's call him Jack, who had been reported missing. Well, did they also... No, it's just a photo. It's hard to know for sure from one photo from one angle, so I wouldn't call that very reliable, but it's something, I guess. Pretty sure they investigate unregistered remains. Well, yeah, but because it's just an image and a meme, do you know it's not unregistered? You know? But if you say so, I also don't know that they do that, but okay. While the photo itself was being investigated, the meme was also being examined. We were charting its course back from the concerned citizen who initially reported the image to the police. Oh yeah, if it's a meme but they change the different messages, is it like the text on the meme changes Halloween boo, or is that the message that people tend to send around? What made it a meme besides just being, ooh, a skull? Like, you know? I'm curious what the funny part is. I just want the joke now. Okay, the meme was also being examined. We were charting its course back from the concerned citizen who initially reported the image to the police to the first person who'd ever sent the image. It wasn't easy as the meme leapfrogged back and forth across several popular messaging services along its way. Just over a week after the victim's identity was confirmed, we were able to determine who had started the meme. We'll call her Jill. What was of immediate interest to law enforcement was that Jill's name was already on record in Jack's case file. She was apparently a school friend of his and one of the last people to see him alive. Ooh, yikes. Funny part might have been some blue photoshopped into the left eye. What? I definitely know what that's reference. Oh, there you go. Okay. Alright. A warrant was issued for Jill's cell phone and she was brought in for questioning. The phone was thoroughly analyzed and an MMS was recovered containing the skeleton photo. But while the phone had a definite record of receiving the message, it was later discovered that Jill's service provider had no record of ever transmitting it to her. Ooh, so that's how she got her receipt. Why did she send it to other people? What the hell? Another weird thing was that the sender ID for the MMS didn't contain any numbers. It contained only Unicode Japanese kanji characters. This is technically impossible. The way the system is set up, the phone should only be able to log a series of numeric digits into the sender ID field. The characters in the sender ID spelt out Anatano Shitauki? I don't know. This isn't someone's name. The text translated it and discovered that it roughly means your employee or your business partner. Under interrogation, Jill recalled receiving the MMS. She said that the message kind of creeped her out, especially because it came from an unknown sender, which is what the messaging software told her because it wasn't able to interpret the invalid sender ID. But because it was close to Halloween, she assumed that one of her friends sent it as a seasonal thing, and so she forwarded the cool, creepy photo on, starting the meme. According to the MMS's timestamp, she received it only a few hours after Jack was last seen, but Jill claimed she never linked the message to Jack's disappearance in her mind because at the time she received the MMS, she didn't even know Jack was missing. The detectives grilled Jill for over 3 hours, but when she began to get really upset, her father ended the interview, and without harder evidence, the detectives couldn't hold her. So she's also very young, confirmed by the father being in on the interrogation. The tech who analyzed the phone, ... Well, let's just say that he's very thorough at his job and he didn't give up on the mystery of how this phone could have received an impossible MMS. That its service provider had no record of ever sending. He dug deep into its software, looking for his explanation. Eventually, he came upon a curious anomaly embedded in the phone's firmware. More Unicode Japanese characters, this time a long block of them. The firmware is supposed to be just universal machine code that tells the phone how to work. Japanese text, or text in any human language for that matter, doesn't belong in there. Just as intriguing as this discovery was, it still didn't explain the impossible MMS. At least that's what we thought at the time. You see, the Japanese text was garbage data, which means it was worked into the firmware in such a way that it had no actual effect on how it worked. It was on the phone, but it wasn't doing anything. By this point, I was involved in the investigation. When I learned about the Japanese text in the firmware, I got curious, so I ran it through Google Translate. It didn't translate well, though. A quarter of the words weren't even recognized, and the ones that were didn't make any sense together. Frustrated, I called upon a Japanese-American acquaintance to translate for me. I'd expected it to be the manufacturer's copyright on the firmware code, or perhaps even the programmer signing his work. But it actually turned out to sound more like a somber poem of sorts. My Japanese-American friend agreed, saying that the language was far more elegant than day-to-day Japanese and more than a little archaic. Okay, Budgie, go ahead and fall asleep. Hello, take care. Seeking answers, we phoned up the phone manufacturer's development lab in Japan. We eventually got through to the manager of the team who developed the phone's software, and with my friend acting as translator, we asked him about the mysterious text in the firmware, and also if he had any explanation as to how a Japanese phrase could be recorded as the sender ID for an MMS on one of their phones. He very politely denied knowing anything about either of these matters and assured me that any garbage data in the firmware was of no consequence. Thank you for tucking in. Still wanting answers to at least one of the mysteries, I phoned a professor of Japanese literature at Tokyo University to see if he could recognize the verse in the firmware. Before my colleague could finish reciting the verse, the professor cut him off. He recognized it all right. Despite the language barrier between us, I could hear the discomfort in the man's voice as he explained that the quote-unquote verse was the incantation written upon Noroi Gakotsu to give them their dark powers. It was written on the phone. Is it a flip phone? Because then the flip phone is one of those little guys. Because it's a mouth. I say as I just clap my thumb to my fingers. Because I think it counts. Maybe. But okay. It was at this point that my colleague explained the Noroi Gakotsu legend in his culture to me. He knew the story well. He just had never heard the actual incantation used to create one until now. While this was all quite educational, it really didn't get us anywhere in terms of the investigation. But I kept thinking about the problem of the MMS, and eventually I had this crazy thought. The fact that Jill had received a photo of Jack's remains was eerily similar to the part of the Noroi Gakotsu legend where the monster would leave behind some proof of the victim's death. I suppose just for fun, I skimmed through the rest of the case notes to see if there were any other parallels between the murder and the Japanese legend. I almost wish I hadn't. Where's Cage at? He's late? He is not late, and he's looking after himself. Don't scream, Frigid, be nice. Especially in this case, we're looking after Cage right now. When I read through Jill's original witness statement, the one taken when police were just investigating Jack's disappearance as a missing persons case, she remarked that she remembered the last day she saw him clearly because it was the same day her history teacher had returned a test that she'd surprisingly aced, even though she'd thought she was sure to flunk it. My stomach sank when I read that statement because I was quite familiar with the contents of Jill's phone, and I remembered reading about this history test before. About 3 days before Jack's disappearance, Jill had typed a text message into her phone. I need to pass this history test. Jack's name was marked at the top of the message as the intended recipient. Ooh. The similarities between the old stories I'd been hearing and the murder were suddenly clear as day. Jill had a phone that, for some reason, contained an old Japanese spell used to summon a monster. She typed what could be interpreted as a demand for a good history mark into the phone, with her close friend's name on the message, and just like in the stories, Jill aced her test. Jack disappeared without a trace, and Jill received a sick memento of his death. Yeah, I'd be pretty pissed if you just got an ace for a history test. What? If I got killed for an ace on a history test. That is not worth it. Not at all. If you'd pointed this out to me at the time, I would have chuckled and said, yes, it is a weird coincidence, isn't it? I wanted to believe that that was all it was. I really did. But deep down, in that hidden doubting Thomas part we all have that doesn't completely trust modern rationality to be our salvation, I was frightened. Then, a couple of days ago, which was about a week after I'd called the phone manufacturer, I received a package in the mail. There was no return address, but the postmark was from Osaka, Japan. Inside were a heap of papers. On top of the stack was a cover letter explaining what the package contained. It was written in bad English, although I was able to get the gist of what it was saying. The sender didn't identify themselves, but it's clear that they must work for the manufacturer of Jill's phone, and that they were aware that I had been asking questions about the hidden text in the firmware. Ooh, y'all can kill me for a good grade. We support learning in this house. But Pudgy, a test is not always the best indication of your learning. For example, I do well on tests. That does not mean I have any brain. Y'all know I have bread for brain. There you go. Like, I'd get it if it was being killed for, like, life-changing money or someone's family or something like that. But this is just petty. Yeah, literally. I'm on the same page. Like, you could get a C and be okay. Maybe if she was like, if I don't get better on this test, it's going to ruin this, and then I think it's going to ruin that. But even in those cases, it's not always that much of a difference. But anyway, okay. So, they're aware about the questions about the firmware. My informant was part of the development of the phone series that Jill's phone belonged to, and they say he/she. You can put they. They works. Had an explanation for how the Noroi Gakotsu incantation had gotten into the phone's firmware. There was a guy on the development team, smart but a real emo loner type. Not the shy kind of loner, the crazed gunman in the making kind. People would try to be friendly and reach out to him, and he'd stare daggers at them. For whatever reasons, the guy had issues. Shortly before the phone series went into production, trigger warning. Trigger warning. It's only going to be this quick message, but I'm just yelling it at you real quick. The guy hung himself. My informant believes that before he died, the guy implanted the hazardous spell into the phones as his ultimate quote-unquote screw you to the world. Within a few months of the phone's release, somehow the company's executives got wind that there was a problem with them receiving disturbing MMSs that the phones seemed to be generating themselves. The company began to investigate the problem quietly themselves, secretly querying all their active phones remotely. They found scores of incidents where a phone had a record of an incoming MMS from Anatano Shitaoki, your business partner. I can't tell if it's Shitauki, but I'm not sure. Containing a single JPEG file. Most people who had received these messages had subsequently deleted them, but in several dozen cases, the JPEGs were still on the recipient's phones and were retrieved by the company. An upgraded version of the firmware, with the incantation removed, was developed, but ultimately never implemented because it was discovered that the phones kept rejecting it. The guy who put the incantation into the firmware had also rigged it so that it would never allow itself to be overwritten. Damn it. 2 months before Jack's disappearance, the company abruptly terminated their investigation. By this time, they were aware of nearly 800 instances of MMSs being received from Anatano Shitauki. An unspoken agreement was made that the problem was unsolvable and that their best course of action was to simply turn a blind eye. Everyone involved in the informal investigation was forced to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Orders were issued to destroy all the records, but my anonymous contact managed to keep copies of most of them, which he/she has sent to me. It's taking me a while to get through the documents he/she sent me, as most of them are written in Japanese, but luckily their list of the phones that received an Anatano Shitaoki message was written in regular digits. I ran all the American numbers on that list through our database, and all of them, every single one, belongs to somebody who was questioned in relation to a missing person case that began within days of them receiving that text message. But that's not the worst of it. The worst of it is that my contact also sent me printouts of all the JPEGs they could salvage that turned up during the manufacturer's investigation. They were all just like the photo of Jack's remains that began this entire case. A realistic skeleton grinning into the camera, covered in the scrape marks left by whatever sharp-toothed nightmare stripped them of all their flesh. I don't have access to the advanced software that synthesized an accurate face for Jack's skull, at least not the kind of access that allows me to use it without answering a lot of difficult questions first, but I scanned the photos and overlaid them with a Photoshop on to the case photos of the missing person associated with the recipient. I admit I'm no expert, but as far as I can tell, every one of those skulls fits perfectly inside the face of one of those missing people. I don't think that's as big a find as you think, but anyway. I can't tell you the names of the manufacturer involved nor the name of the phone series. Suffice to say, they're a well-known company, and the phone series is quite popular. I wish I could tell you more, but if I do, I have no doubt that the company will have this warning suppressed as defamation, and that can't happen. The word has to get out, and I figure that half a warning is better than no warning at all. There's a common series of phone out there with an evil curse marked inside them. You may well be carrying a Noroi Gakotsu in your purse or pocket, and even if you aren't, someone who cares about you may be. So please be wary of typing out what you wish for, or hope for, or even think that you need. But most of all, be especially careful of those whose name you can place on those messages. Careful of whose name you place on those messages, because you just may be sending them into the devil's jaws. Spread the word. The end. Wow, spooky, spooky. I think that one was great. Alright. Let that load. With that, I still have one page flipping left. So I'm going to do that. If there's no other redeems, I'll just pick a couple to do. But yeah. And what the hell did you just say, Pudgy? Don't you dare, you little shit. Let's assume you don't have the Noroi Gakotsu, though. I think it must have had to have been a flip phone, but like, no, Andy, no. No, I'm refunding that. That's not how the... Stop. I'm about to do a page flipping. I'm not asking you to do another page flip. I've been specifically going about this as I'll do the next one and not do them right after one another because I just did one if they're the same trigger. And if you request another one when I'm about to do the one that you requested a long time ago, like, it's just gonna wait until the next, and I don't have time for many more. I've got maybe time for one more story. So no, I have refunded that right away. With that, the other redeems. But I'm gonna start on page flipping now. So here we go. Here we go. Okay, little book first up. And it looks like an ad's gonna try and interrupt, so I'm gonna go ahead and run the ad and then pick up on the rest of the page flipping as soon as it's done. I'm gonna run the 1 minute ad. No, oh, okay. I'll run the 1 minute ad now. And I'll do the rest of the page flipping right after the ad is done. And then we'll do the water jar right after that. So here we go. Sorry for the ad, but it's gotta happen. Running a quick 30 seconds. It's alright. Why is that not working? There we go. Oh my god. And that time it was 32 seconds instead of 30 seconds. What the heck? They're taking more time than they should have. Illegal. Illegal. In the meantime, I'm checking it on our Discord. Super secret. Only few of you will get to see. I'm typing. Alright, so we're back. And I'm going to do the big book flipping pages. Here we go. Alright, there was our page flipping. If you need to sleep, Pudgy, get the hell out of here. Go sleep. That being said, no, I didn't write Raven is cool. It's definitely not also what I do every time you tell me to do typing as a trigger redeem. No, definitely. But okay, now we're gonna do water jar. So let's have that pop up. And then we'll jump into the next read. There we go. And there is our water jar. Da-da-da. Yeah, in OBS it made it lowercase, but in my Twitch window it was still all caps for it. Ugh, it does what it does. Uncertain. So yeah, we're gonna go into the next story, our last creepypasta of the night. Actually, wait a minute, that needs to be back on. And this one is A Lack of Empathy, another recommendation for Andy. And a lack of empathy is very scary, so this is promising, I must say. Here we go. Helpful bonk to sleep. Ah, there you go. Let's do that, yeah. I mean, apparently it works for some. I'm just gonna write that in the book. And here we go. I wasn't like other children growing up. I didn't like talking to those smelly things in kindergarten, and I never participated in their silly games. But I had my own games to play, and oh, what fun games they were. For example, a little girl once asked to borrow my crayons. I told her she could have them if she would tell our teacher to fuck off. In kindergarten? You learned your words fast. Wow. She got sent home for that. I remember hearing her mother scream about the beating she would get later. Oof. Fun games, right? Oh, are we a sociopath? Okay. Well, yeah, Raven, you just wrote a lot of the times I'll write the title and then the title will immediately leave my brain. Yes, there's a lack of empathy, Raven. That's where you just fucking wrote twice. Oh my gosh. Okay. A lack of empathy. We are sociopaths, obviously. It didn't take long for the teachers to notice that the other children avoided me and how I never seemed to show emotion of any kind. They didn't think I heard them whispering about me, but I did. I have exceptionally good hearing. A little monster, said Mrs. Guthrie. Sociopath, whispered Mr. De Pascal. Even at my young age, I had an extensive vocabulary. I had never heard of the word sociopath before, and I was intrigued. And when I got home that night, I looked it up in my mother's encyclopedia. Are you still in kindergarten? I feel like that's too small. But okay, theoretically. Sociopath, a personality disorder characterized by a lack of empathy for others. I would have to agree with you, Mr. De Pascal. Elementary and middle school passed by quickly. I learned to fake emotions and excitement in order to fool Is excitement not an emotion? Anyway, in order to fool my teachers and parents. I couldn't fool my peers, though. No matter how convincing my act, they always seemed to instinctively know that I was different, and they gave me a wide berth. Every once in a while, one of them would try to make friends with me, and that's when I could really have some fun. But despite how I treated those around me, I didn't hate any of them. It wasn't until high school that someone finally managed to piss me off. That someone was Travis Murphy. I hope Travis is actually a dickhead, and whatever this sociopath does, Travis earned it, but we're going to find out. The Murphy family moved into my neighborhood before the start of 10th grade. They had 2 children, a son, Travis, and a sister, Marion. I was looking forward to the inevitable time when my parents invited them over. Neither Travis nor Marion had ever met me, and so they had no way of knowing my sociopathic tendencies. They would amuse me quite a bit. But this time, it would be I who was blindsided. Marion started out easily enough, displaying the normal interest and kindness by those who don't yet know me. After some time, however, I realized that she thought I was handsome, and was even starting to develop a crush on me. No girl had ever done this before, and it was an entirely new experience for me. Fascinated, I decided to spare Marion from my games for a while longer and keep her around. So I continued to fake smiles and feign interest in what she had to say. Travis was an entirely different story. He seemed to have as little interest in me as I had in anyone else. I couldn't play my games with him. He was completely uncaring. It angered me for the first time in my life. Over the years, I had come to realize that I was special, far more important than those insects surrounding me. Nice, grandiose delusions, but okay. Why else would they be drawn to me, even as they know how alien I am to them? For one of these insects to dare ignore me. It's like a ... exclamation point. So to me it reads as For the first time in my life, I made the first move. I tried making small talk with Travis. I feigned emotion and interest in his life and did everything I could to make him interested in me. Nothing. Thank you for the follow, Stephen Tree. Thank you. Let's drop some dance emotes for Stephen Tree. Where's my dancies? 7TV is loading very slowly. I clicked it. There you go. Now you have some dancies. Huzzah. Welcome. I was furious at first over his lack of interest, but over the years I came to realize that he was like me, a sociopath, completely devoid of caring for others. Instead of alleviating my frustration, this only increased it. I was special, unique, but now there was another one like me. If I wasn't unique, could I still be special, or was I ordinary, just another insect? No, I refused to be ordinary. One may as well be dead to be ordinary. Oh gosh. And so that's what I endeavored to do from that day forth. I would make Travis ordinary. I would kill him. Wow, you're not sociopath anymore, you're gonna be psychopath soon. Fueled by passion as I was, I waited. High school passed and college started. Trifles. I learned new ways to express myself through sex with Marion. Uncomfy. I learned the value of pain and how to make her beg for it. Icky. It was all very fascinating at first, but like everything else, it eventually lost its intrigue. My focus shifted away from Marion and back to Travis. I was fully ready to kill him, but cautious. I wasn't naive enough to think the insects would let me get away with it if they knew I murdered him, and I wanted to avoid prison at all costs. I fear nothing except boredom, and that is what prison is, endless boredom. I couldn't act impulsively. I had to be calculating and crafty. As long as I was taking my time, I figured I might as well have some fun. My first chance to toy with my prey came about my second semester in college. Travis and his family were leaving for a week to visit a relative or some such bullshit, and they were leaving their dog behind. Oh no! I'm stopping right here. The second dog came out of my mouth. The second dog was in my field of vision. I will not say it too much directly, but I will be saying it. So, okay. You can see where this is going. You can step out if you'd like. You can mute me until I pull that part away. But this is going to be bad. They paid a neighbor to check in on him 3 times a day, giving him... Wait, you're the one that recommended this, Andy. You didn't know what... Oh my gosh. Okay. Paid a neighbor to check in on him 3 times a day, giving him food and taking him outside. It's more like give me the warning, and so I can put it up. This is why I ask for those. They paid a neighbor to check in on him 3 times a day, giving him food and taking him outside. I watched this for 2 days, learning what the schedule was before making a plan. The night before the Murphys returned, I crept into the house after the neighbor fed the dog for the last time. Marion had given me the security code to shut off the burglar alarm so I could sneak in for sex. Wearing gloves and a mask, I entered the house unseen by the sleeping neighbors. The dog knew me by scent and didn't bark. He bounded to me, tail wagging and tongue hanging stupidly out of his mouth. I worked quickly. He let out a quick whimper before falling silent forever. Good boy. Now, I have described physical violence before, and I would describe it there, but it feels just a lot to be hurting a pet, just like if you would hurt a small child that way. You gotta get that part over with. Oh no, it's gonna go bad further. Okay. I brought a homemade kit along with me, a scalpel, and various other instruments stolen from the science lab. I eviscerated the dog, ensuring that it would be the first thing the Murphys see when they got home. The thought of them turning on the fan and being pelted with drops of blood amused me. I used most of the dog's blood to write the threatening message, "You're next," on Travis's bedroom wall. Ugh. This is arbitrary what I'm reading and not reading, but like I'm gonna read this. I feel like it's enough for plot, but oh gosh. I left the carcass on his bed. As a private joke, I left the dog's heart on Marion's pillow. Satisfied with my handiwork, I went back to my dorm, where I slept quite soundly. And that, I think, is all for that specific moment. So we can move on. Yes, this is only going to get worse. Please feel free to step out, mask. I imagine we're eventually going to have very explicit description of Travis passing away. But I can tell you that that is it with description of the dog so far. There shouldn't be any more because he stepped away. There was a big commotion the week following the day the Murphys returned. Stories and images of the carnage in their house were on the local news every night. There were rumors that the Murphys were going to move away soon. Supposedly, Mrs. Murphys couldn't stand to be in the house anymore. I had to act fast. I couldn't allow my prey to escape from me. Yet doing that first is a poor choice calculation-wise, but it gives us, as readers, a good idea of what the heck this is going to be. I have to say, this is very aggressive and gruesome, but it's well written. From what I can tell, this is how that sort of train of thought goes for the most part. So it's interesting. The big commotion, they might move. I had to act fast. I couldn't allow my prey to escape from me. Sitting in my dorm, I dreamed of all manner of destruction from my enemy. There was a flash of light over my wall, headlights from outside. That was odd. Yeah, I get the feeling Travis is gonna hit right back. This is gonna be interesting. Wait, the second I said that, then there was a piece of my mind that these sociopaths are gonna get together. And then I was having a weird moment. Okay, erase that, Raven. Shake your head like an Etch-a-Sketch. Okay, get rid of that one. Okay. And yeah, I think this escalation of violence, isn't that what's required? I am very poorly educated on this part, but the classification of a psychopath, is he not at this point our character here? I don't know. Okay. Flash of light over the wall. That was odd. It was almost midnight on Saturday. Nearly everyone was already gone. Curiosity overtaking me, I went to the window to see who would be coming to the dorm at this hour on a weekend, and was surprised. One of the few times I've ever truly been surprised. To see Travis's car sitting in the driveway. Ooh. Fortune smiled on me. The building was neatly empty for the weekend, and now was the perfect time to strike. My prey was unsuspecting and alone. After killing him, I would take his body and deposit it somewhere else on campus. There was virtually no chance of getting caught. No one wants to stay on the weekends, and the electricity... Wait, so you're going to the same university now? Or college now? How do you know? How do you know? And yeah, why do you think that it's... Well, because you're a sociopath and you think you're all above everyone. Why are you not aware that he could be coming at you in the same fucking way? Okay. I would take his body, deposit it somewhere else on campus. There was virtually no chance of getting caught. No one wants to stay on the weekends, and the electricity was shut off on campus for another 6 hours. Wait, seriously? No security cameras. That's just not how that should go, but okay. In a considerably jolly mood, I grabbed my flashlight and scalpel and set out to stalk my prey. The dark never bothers me. Having very little emotion, my rational mind tends to dominate, and the rational part of human beings know that nothing is waiting for us in the dark. Or at least that's what we think. Oh no, everything's waiting for us. It's just all very human and mundane. You're dumb. You're dumb. Someone like you is waiting in the dark. Anyway, several minutes into my hunt, it occurred to me to turn my flashlight off. I don't want to alert my prey. I switched it off and waited for my eyes to adjust. I leaned against the wall and played with my scalpel to pass the time. A normal person probably wouldn't have heard the light breathing in the hall, but I've always had exceptionally good hearing. I whipped my head in the direction of the sound. My eyes hadn't yet adjusted to the darkness, but I was able to make out a figure exiting down the hall, and I could hear the unusually light footsteps. Whoever this person was, they were taking care to avoid detection by me. I rushed to the spot they were just standing at and breathed in deeply. There was just the faintest hint of cinnamon. Travis kept a cinnamon air freshener in his car. I grinned widely. I was on the trail of my prey. Your prey too, you dumbass. I followed him down the hallway and was disappointed to find that it branched out into 2 other halls. I tried again. I again tried, smelling each hall to figure out which one Travis took, when I heard a brief commotion to the right. I hesitated. Would Travis make that much noise if he was trying to get away from me? After a moment, I took a chance and headed in the direction of the noise. After a minute or so, I stopped. Ahead of me, there was someone lying on the floor. Approaching carefully, I realized the body was lying in a pool of blood. I touched it, still warm. He's setting you up. You touched it. I rolled the body over to see who it was, Mr. Chauncey, the night custodian. I hadn't realized that Travis was capable of killing someone. He's like you, get over it. In my hatred for him, I had forgotten that he was just like me. Just as cold and unfeeling, because you're still stuck in how you're better than everyone. That even while you're worried that you have to bring him down a peg so that you're better, you forget that he is in fact on the same set. This is so real. This is so good. Like, accurate, but it's so uncomfy. He was more than able to do everything I could. I froze. There was light breathing in front of me again, but I couldn't see its source. For the first time in my life, I felt fear. I no longer felt like the hunter stalking its prey. I felt hunted. My rational mind was overcome by emotion, and I fled back to my dorm room in terror. Ha ha! I barricaded the door and waited, scalpel in hand, for Travis to come to me. Just kiss already. Why? After several hours, I started to resent myself for feeling this way. He was only a man, however extraordinary. Yeah, see, The fact that he had actually frightened me fueled my hatred for him, and I left to search. Mr. Chauncey's body was gone, the pool of blood cleaned up. The hint of cinnamon in the air had long since dispersed. I left the building to wait in Travis's car for him, only to find that it was gone too. Wrong too. Fury taking hold of me, I started in the direction of his house. I clenched my scalpel tightly, relishing in the fantasies of what I was going to do to him. I should have been paying more attention because I never even heard him creep up and was too slow to avoid the baseball bat swinging through the air for me. It connected with my wrist and I felt the bones snap. I dropped the scalpel and lunged for it with my good hand, but a boot kicked it away. Looking up, I saw Travis grinning down at me. He brought the bat down again and again. I thought he'd never stop, but he did. Lying there on the sidewalk, broken and bloody, I waited for death to come. I love this. Oh, it's awful. Instead of the Reaper's skull, it was Travis's face grinning down at me. Even though I was helpless before him, I still burned with rage. He leaned in close to smell my bleeding face and whispered in my ear, "We're going to have such fun together." Oh! I spent 2 weeks in the hospital before leaving against my doctor's wishes. Travis clearly had held back on the beating. I only had a broken wrist and several cracked ribs, though most of my body was heavily bruised. Every step hurt, but I ignored it. I had a purpose. I would never be a victim again. Travis had an advantage over me in that he knew I would come and he was not injured like me, so I figured I would even the odds. I stole my father's pistol and waited for night to fall. It was nearing 3 a.m. when I crept up to the Murphy's house once again. The adult's car was gone, but Travis's Mustang was still there. Good. Oh, they're rich. Or it's old, I don't know. We couldn't be interrupted. Good. I can't just kiss. We wouldn't be interrupted. I could take my time. I turned off the burglar alarm, marveling at how stupid the Murphys were for not changing it. I opened the sliding door and stepped lightly into the house. All of the lights were off, but my eyes were well adjusted to the darkness. I silently approached Travis's bedroom and pulled out the gun. After a moment to steady my resolve, I burst in. I was not prepared for what I saw. Oh, this is going to be crazy. Oh my gosh. Travis was lying on his bed, a look of mild surprise in his face. His throat was slashed from ear to ear, blood was everywhere, including a message on the walls that read, "Bad boy," in all caps. In my shock, I didn't hear the light footsteps creeping up behind me and knew no more of the next few moments except a dull thud on the back of my skull. Well, I'm a little disappointed. I wanted Travis to have fun with you. But okay. I awoke in a basement tied to a chair. Absurdly, my first thought was how cliché this seemed to be. My eyes took a second to adjust, and I saw a naked figure standing in front of me. Ugh. Its body was covered in blood, which I presumed was Travis's. Through the pounding in my head, I heard the figure speak. "I didn't want to do it like this. Why couldn't you boys just behave yourselves?" Ugh. The figure paced in front of me. "No one ever does what they're supposed to do. You weren't supposed to find me. Mr. Chauncey wouldn't get out of my way." The figure stopped in front of me. "Travis wasn't supposed to hurt you. I told him not to, but after he realized what you were, he just couldn't help himself. I suppose that's why you went after him, too?" The figure stroked my face tenderly. "I watched you when you killed our dog. You never knew I was there. I'm real good at hiding. It was so sweet of you to leave me the heart. I still have it." Marion smiled at me. I could see something in her eyes, something I didn't have. The absurd part of my brain started to point out the difference between sociopath and psychopath. We have the we have the silliest thoughts at the silliest times, don't we? So that's her being the psychopath. I didn't want things to work out this way, but it's okay. We'll make it work. I'll kill my parents when they come home, and we'll go far away to someplace beautiful where we can be together forever. I thought about feigning emotion and manipulating her into letting me go, but I knew when I looked into her face that it was useless. She didn't care about my situation, only hers. A complete lack of empathy. The end. So Marion was pretty cool there. I did think it was a little bit weird that if Travis was so bad too, why didn't he fuck her up more? You know? Because that would be the natural instinct in the family. You have her to play with. You're stuck with her. That's what you would do. But she wasn't. She was not described as problematic, just like everybody else. So it was like, But that is... I was still hoping for him and Travis to end up in a big fight and it be a bunch of chaos. But well, yeah, no, good for her. It was well written, except for little things like the paragraphs were very thick block, but I think that that's lent well to the character of it. And there were little typos. And it's literally all I can say that wasn't good on that. My instinct thought, my wish for it is not what needed to happen at all. So that was cool. That was fun. Alright, with that is the end of our stream time. So, Fat, do you have a recommendation for our raid? My best guess is that Travis knew better than to mess with her. Must have seen her make examples of someone else. Well, I think he knew her well enough growing up. She learned off of him. When she was younger, she was probably more obvious and all of that. Is what my guess is. But yeah, because like if she was really just like everybody else, especially when you're younger and you haven't learned the faking emotions part, like they described, they fake their emotions. Probably go after it harder. But alright, Rinny, that's where we're headed. You got it. Thank you everybody for watching. We're gonna head out. As I had described, I think I'm gonna change the schedule plan for this next month just a little bit. It's not a ton. Well, that's not how that's spelled, but you figured it out. Thank you. Thank you for dropping the raid messages. Let's get those copied. Oh, come on, copy. It was very weird not copying and pasting correctly yesterday. It was very odd. But, yeah. Thank you guys for watching. I hope that you have good eeps. Take care of yourself. I'm gonna raid and run and go eat and then prep for bed myself. I'm gonna make sure that this gets uploaded, the VOD. And be ready to see you guys on Sunday. Alright, let's go. Thank you. Bye-bye. Eat well, happy time zone, whatever time zone. Boop, boop, boop.